Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kyiv! Welcome to the 5th anniversary summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen. My name is Timur Miroshnichenko, and this is my charming co-host, Katerina Osadcha.
Thank you, Timur. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Kyiv, and we would like to begin our event with the applause to the young artists and authors that opened our event. And it's a strong reminder, yes, that's a strong reminder that every story can change the world we live in.
This year, the summit is reaching a new level and becoming even more ambitious. For the first time, it is held in a two-day format. Yesterday, we presented the results of the research, hosted the gala dedicated to teachers, and Nobel laureates from around the world delivered their lectures at Ukrainian universities. Another innovation this year is the venue. This year, the summit takes place at Mistetsky Arsenal, a space where century-old history meets contemporary art.
And also, this year's summit became interactive. Each of you can be not just a listener, but also an active participant in the discussions. Today, you will be able to ask questions, vote, enjoy a live dialogue with our guests.
And of course, the atmosphere of the summit this year is also complemented by unique art objects that will help you uncover the topic. Of course, I invite you all to explore them during the breaks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, give us the understanding that you are ready to begin.
There's one thing that remains unchanging during years, it's the power of partnerships. We thank our co-organizers, the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Let's make some applause. Thank you. The Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, the Fund of the President of Ukraine for support of education, science and sports, British Embassy Kyiv, UNICEF and NGO Osvitoria.
And also to our partners, general partners, BGV Charity Fund, Universal Bank, official partners, Activities for Education, Ajax Systems, partners Vodafone, La Familia Catering, Yalta European Strategy, information partners United 24 Media and Starlight Media. Thank you all. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here at the time when the world is facing unprecedented challenges. Wars, the escalation of old conflicts and the emergence of new ones, relentless climate change, the challenges of technological breakthroughs, in particular artificial intelligence, disinformation. All this is our new reality, where there are no more local problems, because each challenge is global. And of course, problems are piling up, and further delay is unacceptable. Can we stop this process? Yes, but only together. And education is the key. Not only knowledge, but also a nurturing of values, the ability to live together in peace, to take responsibility. Humanity is the main subject of our time.
That's why we have chosen Education Shaping the World as the main topic of the 5th Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen. We will consider this topic in the 3 key dimensions: access to education, innovation in education, and education for peace. You can find the full program on your pages.
Today, we've gathered not only to share stories or initiatives, we are here to find common answers, because education shapes a generation, and a generation determines the future of humanity. As we reflect on large concepts and big ideas, we ask you to hold space for the personal as well, because peace begins with small lessons from the people who taught and supported us in our childhood.
That's why the symbol of our summit, it's a ribbon of gratitude, and you can find them in your welcome packages. So this is a unique opportunity to remember and thank to the important and lesson and experience or situation that's left a mark in your life. We invite you to sign this ribbon and placed in a special stand on the courtyard of Arsenal, just next to Photozone. So together we will make the place of gratitude and it bring us closer.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor to invite first ladies and gentlemen to the stage. They will tell their own stories about the lessons that changed their lives and share who they will sign their ribbons to for gratitude for today. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Mrs. Doris Schmidauer, First Lady of the Republic of Austria.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Doris Schmidauer. I'm the so-called First Lady of Austria. Many of my colleagues know already that I for myself prefer to describe me as a first volunteer. Whatever, I'm very glad to participate for the first time personally in the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen here in Kyiv, which this year is dedicated to the theme of education. I'm therefore particularly pleased that Austria is also represented by our Minister of Education, His Excellency Mr. Christoph Wiederkehr. Every year in Austria, we celebrate the so-called Girls' Day. Girls from all over the country are invited to visit institutions and companies to learn about different jobs and career paths, including especially science, technology, and other male-dominated fields. And every year, we invite a group of girls to the President's office to explore what it would be like to be president, or rather, would it like to be the first female president of Austria. Today, I dedicate my ribbon of gratitude to all these girls in Austria, in Ukraine, in Europe, and all over the world. These girls who dream big, who dream of becoming doctors, scientists, astronauts, or politicians. It's our responsibility and that of our education systems to mobilize their full potential and to support them in pursuing their dreams and ambitions, and to ensure equal educational opportunities for all. Thank you.
Mrs. Doris Schmidauer, thank you so much. Please welcome on stage Mr. Bo Tenberg, First Gentleman of the Kingdom of Denmark.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a great honor it is to be here and to participate in these important talks about education and our teachers. I think we're celebrating something that touches us all, the teachers who made a difference in our lives. I'm a filmmaker, and I'm also a father of 3. Over the years, many teachers have left their mark on me. But one in particular stands out, and it is my old friend and mentor called Leif Sacco. Leif has taught me many things, but perhaps most importantly, he's shown me how to balance integrity with kindness. In moments when I lost confidence, he helped me find it again. And like the wise old warrior he is, he helped me and taught me to fight, not with anger, but with values. So therefore, I dedicate the ribbon of gratitude to life, Sako. Education, life experience, and the courage to truly listen. These are the forces that shape who we are. I look forward to the conversations ahead. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bo Tengo. And now please welcome Mrs. Sirje Karris, First Lady of the Republic of Estonia.
Hello, everyone. I am Sirje Karris, spouse of the President of Estonia and historian by education with a background of museology. I have been blessed with two remarkable teachers who shaped my path. One opened the world of museums to me and showed me how knowledge comes alive in practice. The other taught me that true leadership begins with people by valuing and trusting them above all. Their lessons have guided me as I have led museums 25 years myself, and giving me both courage and deep sense of responsibility. I dedicate my ribbon of gratitude to those women for teaching me that leadership is not about power, but about people, like pearls in the pearl necklace. And that is a lesson I carry with me always. Thank you.
Mrs. Sirje Karris, thank you so much. And now please welcome on stage Mrs. Susan Ines Stubb, First Lady of the Republic of Finland.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susanne Ines Stubb. I'm spouse of the President of the Republic of Finland. And I'm delighted to be here with you all today to share best practices and experiences and learn from the experts in the field of education, particularly on the topic of innovation in education. I'm a lawyer by trade. I teach ethics and compliance at the Business School of Aalto University in Finland. And I also have two children, now aged 21 and 23. I come from a family of teachers. Both my parents were teachers, my sister was a teacher, and now continues her work with children in the field of safeguarding and child protection. So I could very easily have dedicated my ribbon of gratitude here today to my family for the work that they have done with children over the years and for all that they have taught me as well. But I'm actually going to dedicate my ribbon to my children, who have taught me the most and had the greatest impact on my life. They have driven my sense of responsibility. They have shown me who I really am at heart. And for many years now, they have been my guides and my teachers on questions of technology and innovation. They inspire and challenge me every day. And in today's world, I think it's increasingly important that we stop and listen to and learn from young people. So, Emily and Oliver, thank you. On behalf of the voices of young people, this is for you.
Mrs. Susan Ines Stubb, thank you so much. And now please welcome Mrs. Elke Budenbender, First Lady of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elke Budenbender, and I'm the First Lady of Germany. I felt very honored to be here today and talk about the importance of education, because education means hope and is a key of a meaningful and self-determined life. Every child has a right to learn. Children are our future, and it should be in every country's interest to ensure that they can grow and thrive. I'm a judge and a mother of a 29-year-old daughter. I was the first one in my family to go to university. My parents, my father was a carpenter and later on a trained steel worker, and my mother was a trained housekeeper, have always supported my learning, and I'm so deeply thankful for this. But besides them, it was two teachers more than 47 years ago who had a great impact in my life. I had completed intermediate secondary school, did an apprenticeship as an industrial clerk, and through these teachers, Mrs. Kramer and Mr. Greifeld, I kept up my motivation to continue learning, enter university, and study law. Mrs. Kramer showed me the beauty of language and encouraged me to say and write what I think was right. And Mr. Greifeld showed me the beauty and the importance of history. So I dedicate my ribbon of gratitude to them in the name of all teachers, as they have contributed to my continued interest and joy to learn new things, which I think is so important, as we should never lose interest in the people and in the end, despite all bad circumstances, in the beauty of the world surrounding us. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Elke Budenbender. Please welcome Mrs. Diana Nausėdienė, First Lady of the Republic of Lithuania.
Дорога Олено, дорогі друзі,
Dear Miss Olena, dear friends,
брати і сестри
brothers
України,
and sisters of Ukraine,
dear participants of the summit, colleagues, and all distinguished guests. Today we are gathered at the fifth summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen to discuss how to overcome limitations in access to education worldwide, and to join the conversation together with thinkers, Nobel Peace Prize winners, educators, and teachers. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. These words remind us that the essence of being a human lays in our ability to think, to question, to seek answers, and to create ideas. Curiosity, courage, and critical thinking build great minds that shape the world. Therefore, our esteem goes to them, because only a thinking person is truly free. Thank you.
Mrs. Diana Nausėdienė, thank you so much. And now please welcome Mrs. Tamara Vučić, spouse of the President of the Republic of Serbia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Fifth summit of the First Ladies and Gentlemen is a small jubilee, and it makes a tradition. So firstly, I would like to congratulate Madame Zelenska for making this possible. This year's topic is one of those topics that make the world go round: education, knowledge. They say knowledge is one of those things, it's the only asset that no one can take from you, and it's the only investment that never loses its value. Everything stems from knowledge. And on that path towards knowledge, the role of teachers is of crucial importance. That is why, here and now, I would like to pay a tribute to a great man who was my class teacher and my math teacher in elementary school, late Želimir Stanojević. Not only a great mathematician, he was a great man, as I said, and a great pedagogue. The more teachers like this great man we have, the better human beings we become. Дякую.
Mrs. Tamara Vucic, thank you so much.
Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen, for this inspiring speech, for these warm words, and for your personal stories, of course. Some of you this time could not come to Kyiv, but they're still part of our community. So they recorded videos for us, special addresses for the summit. So let's have a look.
Szanowna pierwsza dama Ukrainy, szanowni uczestnicy szczytu. To nieskrywany zaszczyt być dziś tu z Państwem. Po raz pierwszy w roli pierwszej damy Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej. Sama jestem mamą trójki wspaniałych dzieci. Dobrze wiem, że wartości i wizje świata przekazywane w domu rodzinnym oraz w szkole najmocniej wpływają na rozwój młodego człowieka, a ostatecznie na kształt całych państw i społeczeństw.
Education shapes our lives. Every teacher leaves a mark. When I was 13, I competed in chemistry and won the national contest. At the presentation of the awards, a distinguished university professor called me future young colleague, and that was it. That same professor was my supervisor for Bachelor of Science degree. I remained at her side at university for the next 10 years. I dedicate my ribbon of gratitude to her. Alexandra Kornhauser-Fraser.
Benim de zihnimin cevaplanmayı bekleyen nice soruyla dop dolu olduğu gençlik yıllarımda yolumun Şule Yüksel Şenler ile kesişmesi gibi. O 60'lar ve 70'ler Türkiye'sinde cesur bir kadın lider, kanaat önderi ve insan hakları savunucusu olarak tarih sahnesine çıktı. Toplumsal sorunlara duyarsız kalmamayı, şükran nişanesi olan kurdeleyi, ömrünü insanlığın çıkmazlarına çözüm üretmeye adamış, Şule Yüksel Şenler'e
One experience that left a lifelong mark on me was helping a young man during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2021. Despite living in difficult conditions, he was determined to learn. Over time, he excelled, graduated, and has now even earned a scholarship to study in Taiwan. So today, I dedicate my ribbon of gratitude to young people who never give up. They inspire me every day to do more.
I had the opportunity to celebrate Sweden's National Day together with a group of Ukrainian children. They had all been wounded and traumatized in the war and were here for 3 weeks of rehabilitation together with relatives and doctors. Even after going through the worst, these young people looked to the future with hope. They wanted to learn, to grow, and find inspiration in new experiences and culture. They are the ones who truly inspires me, and it is to them that we owe our greatest responsibility.
Our presence here reflects a shared conviction that in our actual role, we have a unique opportunity to champion education. There is no greater, more transformative focus for our soft diplomacy.
Thank you. Thank you to all the ladies and gentlemen, first ladies and gentlemen from all around the world, but you've heard that an air raid alert started. So, air raid alert has been announced. Please remain calm and, of course, proceed to the nearest shelter. Evacuation routes are clearly marked on the special signs everywhere here in this hall.
We will resume our event once the alert is lifted, and please wait for the further instruction from the organizers. I'm sure we will continue as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Sorry for this.
See you all later, just after the air raid alert.
Szanowna pierwsza dama Ukrainy, Szanowni uczestnicy szczytu, to nieskrywany zaszczyt być dziś tu z Państwem, po raz pierwszy w roli pierwszej damy Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej. Sama jestem mamą trójki wspaniałych dzieci. Dobrze wiem, że wartości i wizje świata przekazywane w domu rodzinnym oraz w szkole najmocniej wpływają na rozwój młodego człowieka, a ostatecznie na kształt całych państw i społeczeństw.
Education shapes our lives. Every teacher leaves a mark. When I was 13, I competed in chemistry and won the national contest. At the presentation of the awards, a distinguished university professor called me future young colleague, and that was it. That same professor was my supervisor for Bachelor of Science degree. I remained at her side at university for the next 10 years. I dedicate my ribbon of gratitude to her. Alexandra Kornhauser-Fraser.
Benim de zihnimin cevaplanmayı bekleyen nice soruyla dop dolu olduğu gençlik yıllarımda yolumun Şule Yüksel Şenler ile kesişmesi gibi. O 60'lar ve 70'ler Türkiye'sinde cesur bir kadın lider, kanaat önderi ve insan hakları savunucusu olarak tarih sahnesine çıktı. Toplumsal sorunlara duyarsız kalmamayı, şükran nişanesi olan kurdeleyi, ömrünü insanlığın çıkmazlarına çözüm üretmeye adamış, Şule Yüksel Şenler'e
One experience that left a lifelong mark on me was helping a young man during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2021. Despite living in difficult conditions, he was determined to learn. Over time, he excelled, graduated, and has now even earned a scholarship to study in Taiwan. So today, I dedicate my ribbon of gratitude to young people who never give up. They inspire me every day to do more.
I had the opportunity to celebrate Sweden's National Day together with a group of Ukrainian children. They had all been wounded and traumatized in the war and were here for 3 weeks of rehabilitation together with relatives and doctors. Even after going through the worst, these young people looked to the future with hope. They wanted to learn, to grow, and find inspiration in new experiences and culture. They are the ones who truly inspires me, and it is to them that we owe our greatest responsibility.
Our presence here reflects a shared conviction that in our actual role, we have a unique opportunity to champion education. There is no greater, more transformative focus for our soft diplomacy.
Thank you for your applause, and once again, thank you to all the first ladies and gentlemen for warm words. We are also honored to have received heartfelt letters addressed to our summit from Her Majesty Queen Sylvia of Sweden and from Mrs. Yoshiko Ishiba, spouse of the Prime Minister of Japan. And this once again shows that the global platform of the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen truly unites dozens of countries and people across all continents who value humanity and peace.
Today, we celebrate the 5th anniversary of the summit, which was born thanks to the idea and efforts of the First Lady of Ukraine. It was her vision that made the summit a unique platform for a global dialogue that inspires and gives hope to millions of people all around the world.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with great honor, I invite to the stage the founder of the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen, the First Lady of Ukraine, Mrs. Olena Zelenska.
Вітаю всіх. Greetings, everyone. This is my greatest pleasure to greet everybody at the second day of the summit. Well, I'm going to wait a little bit till everybody puts on their headsets if you need interpretation. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to my colleagues, dear First Ladies, dear First Gentlemen. I'm grateful for your participation, for being so sincere and for sharing not just your experience, but also your personal stories. This enriches us. And throughout the day, we will be sharing our country's experiences in the field of education. And if I have an opportunity to start this very dialogue, I would like to tell you about the lessons we learned and about the school lessons in the literal sense, which unfortunately have become an area of particular challenge for us during the war. And I would like to talk to you about the lessons of life that we are going through. Very difficult lessons. We shall rather call them trials. What is the main lesson of life in Ukraine today? In my opinion, this would be human rights, which seem so obvious, protected and fundamental. They are not given for granted. They must be fought for and defended. And unfortunately, no one knows when this need may arise. The right to education, the right to simply go to school, to enter university, the right to develop. We now also have to physically defend these rights on a daily basis. You may have heard, and I believe you've heard it already, and you're also welcome to come and see. Underground schools are currently being built and are already operating in Ukraine. This is because in many of our cities there are particularly constant air raid alerts due to Russian attacks, and children have to be studying underground. You know, underground schools are their antithesis of the schools we are used to. They are like some kind of underground, clandestine education that has to be hidden. But at least this way our children will be alive and will get the education they are entitled to, like all children in the world. And they will have plenty of light later on, even if it's not sunlight for now, but the light of knowledge, care, and life. And at the very same time, educational challenges exist even where even where there are no physical threats. Unfortunately, there's this threat of the lack of knowledge, and whenever there are gaps in education, they can be easily filled with misinformation, disinformation, and the next step would be manipulations. And lack of knowledge can have catastrophic consequences. Poor quality of education or lack of education poses not only a mental but also a physical threat, as it takes away quality of life and personal control over lives. People with poor education are easy prey for tyrants and warmongers. Critical thinking, on the other hand, is an antidote to propaganda. A society made up of conscious people is much more difficult to force to support aggression. This is a really interesting pattern. A limited worldview mindset usually goes hand in hand with aggressiveness and aggression. On the other hand, broad awareness usually makes people tolerant, empathetic, and ready to listen. Education can be an answer to many of the challenges, and it counters misinformation with critical thinking, emotional intelligence as a safeguard against wars and other crimes, and creates environmental awareness as a counterbalance to natural and man-made disasters. The good news would be that we already see a demand for all of this in our society. We all heard yesterday in the study conducted prior to our summit, more than a third of students want to be getting lessons in emotional intelligence and skills for building relationships and cooperation. So today we will talk about it all, about access to education, about innovations in technological process, about the role of education in shaping societies that are ready for peaceful coexistence rather than wars. What values should the education process convey in order to nurture, not propagate? And of course, we will speak about the bearers of this power of knowledge, about the teachers. And now perhaps would be my turn to talk about my ribbon of gratitude. Here I have it, and I signed it with the name of a teacher, Svetlana Semenievna Bobrovitska. I would like to tell you a few words about her. This teacher did not teach me, but she was the teacher of my child. And I believe I'm so much more grateful to her, because we, as parents, we really appreciate it when somebody is doing good, not to us, but to our children. So what was the uniqueness of this person was, because unfortunately she left us for better world a year before the full-scale invasion. Sometimes I think maybe this is good that she didn't see this horror with her own eyes. I can't even imagine how she would have felt. So the uniqueness of her professional career lies in the fact that she worked at one workplace as the primary school teacher at the same Kyiv school from the moment she joined the school after graduating the Pedagogical Institute and until the very end of her prominent life, because she continued to work even after she was supposed to retire. More than 50 years. And this is really unique and unbelievable. So her uniqueness would not be just in her consistency and loyalty to her profession. It lies in her approach. She taught and encouraged children to learn. And during the first 4 years of school, her first graders who came to class with their favorite toys grew into full-fledged students who understand the value of knowledge, who were ready to sometimes acquire the knowledge on their own, who had the sense of self-worth and inner discipline. And by the way, she educated not just children, but also parents. And there are plenty of students of Miss Svetlana in Ukraine and beyond. And if they could all join me here today and dedicate the ribbon of gratitude to her, we could wave the whole net of gratitude out of these ribbons. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be able to share these warm emotions and feelings today. We have all often heard in life that everything starts with education, but we have never, well, at least we as Ukrainians see it differently now. You know, it's as if a history textbook had risen before the world and is showing us different chapters with test questions, one by one. And how have we learned from the past? What conclusions will we draw? What will be passed on to our children? So let's do it today. Let's find the best solutions for our countries, for our fellow citizens, and for our children. Because, frankly speaking, there is hope that if education works, we won't need to look for ways to resolve conflicts. And I'm glad we are trying to do this today and here. Let us get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. First Lady, for this inspiring speech. And thank you for your leadership that unites Ukraine with the world.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, I invite everyone to honor with a minute of silence the memory of the fallen Ukrainian defenders and civilians, thanks to whom we can speak today about the value of peace. Thank you. So, education goes beyond school programs. It is a living connection between people. Each of us was someone's student and remained someone's teacher. The stories of teachers and children are seeds that blossom in future generations. In these roles, we learn about others and about ourselves. These lessons take roots that cultivate not just knowledge, but also humanity. In a moment, we will witness such a conversation between a teacher and a student. Each has their own unique story. Let's take a look.
Kenya, a small village 3 hours drive from its capital, Nairobi. This is where Peter Tabichi teaches, the first African teacher to receive the prestigious Global Teacher Prize.
As a teacher, I just want to have a positive impact, not only in my country, then the whole of Africa.
For 15 years, Peter has been teaching physics and mathematics. His students create scientific projects that gain recognition worldwide, and he donates 80% of his salary to support his community.
Teaching is in my blood. My father was a teacher. My uncles and cousins were also teachers. Caring for people is in my heart.
Peter believes that the real lessons are the ones that leave a mark.
You have to be creative, embrace technology. You really have to promote those modern ways of teaching. You have to do more and talk less.
And this belief unites people from all over the world. For example, almost 6,000 kilometers away from Kenya. This is where Sofia lives and studies, in a small Ukrainian village.
My name is Sofia and I'm 16 years old. I study at Lyceum and I live near Kyiv. I'm passionate about reading books, especially about historical books or books that were written by authors of executed Renaissance period. It's important to me to make changes in our community to improve our environment for the better.
Along with her high school team, Sofia collects used plastic, recycles it, and uses a 3D printer to create new items.
The main our goal is to print large eco bins, because our village really lacks them. We have already passed some toys for Superhuman Center, and it's important to thank in this way for our military.
The recycling project was made possible thanks to the U-Active educational program by the Save Ed Foundation. This program is aimed at teenagers from frontline regions who want to rebuild Ukraine.
I think it's important for me to believe that even students can change something in environment, in the community, and even in the world. Actually, I want to be among those who change something, and I want to be among active people.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Peter Mokai Tabichi and Sofia Kochereshko.
Hi everyone, as you have already known, my name is Sofia, and I'm very honored to be here. I'm very excited to have the chance to speak with someone like you, so it's a good experience for me, yes.
Hello Sofia, my name is Peter Tabichi, the 2019 Global Teacher Prize laureate. I'm from Kenya, been a teacher, teaching science, mainly in rural areas. Additionally, I currently support teachers through my foundation, Teacher Craft Program, which seeks to support teachers produce low-cost learning resources, and also as a community. I'm truly delighted and honored to meet you too. For me, conversation around students is something that's really inspiring, and I like how education really transforms them, how it unlocks their potential, how it sparks the curiosity. So Sophia, when you think about learning and your upbringing, which questions do you find, hardest to answer?
Actually, when I think about my learning and upbringing and interaction with teacher, I always remember about when I was younger, I thought adults do everything, but now I see they just say, I don't know, and stop there. And it made me realize that I don't need to depend only on adults' answer. So I started looking in books, searching in some sources. Also, I can ask people who faced with similar problems. And yes, I can also ask artificial intelligence for help. But sometimes even AI doesn't know our problems. So I always check again.
That's great. And tell me, Sophia, is it difficult when adults admit, that they don't have the answers?
Sometimes it feels so strange. But on the other hand, it pushes me to search by myself and not to wait for someone else to decide it.
I know that feeling. When I was your age, I was not afraid of making mistakes, but I was afraid of losing the chance to fix them. What gave me more courage and confidence are the teachers who mentored me. I remember my own father was a teacher, primary school teacher, was doing great work. And at one point, in one of the lessons, I remember very well, he asked me, the rest and also other students in the class, to imagine about our future. That is the moment when I reflected that education is not just about jobs, it's not about careers, but about the kind of human being we choose to be. That vision stayed within me, and that's why I chose to become a teacher. So, what about you now? What kind of learning, what kind of education inspires you most?
At school, it often feels so boring because too many subjects, too much to memorize. Sometimes teachers overload us. And I feel that I don't need all of this information, but I have to learn it just for marks. But in the UXT program, it's a project we do outside of school. Everything is different. I can choose what I like. I learn to take responsibility and to see results, especially goods. And I, with my team, collect plastic bottles and recycle it for the filament for 3D printing. And this way we can print everything that we want. But the main our goal is to print large eco bins because we need it in our village. So in this way, we can decrease the amount of waste in our sidewalks, and we can prevent some disease that could cause because of the pollution. And for me, lessons are not just in textbooks. They're when teacher asks, what did you learn about life this week?
Oh, that's brilliant. That's a wonderful example. And I believe, as you have said, that the best education teaches not just to think, but also to notice, to be curious about life, and to respect others. In my school in Kenya, I've seen how small science projects have been working with my students, and the simple discussions can spark confidence. Currently, in my teacher craft project, a program just recently founded, I've witnessed how working with the teachers to produce simple and inclusive learning resources can improve learning. But I have also learned that we cannot transform the society without listening to people who are often ignored. Sometimes these are not formal lessons, something you get maybe academic, but it is something very important that can transform, can change a life. Now, Sophia, you said that the most important lessons don't happen in class. So, from whom do you learn the most?
Actually, I learned a lot from people around me, from my classmates who make things interesting, of course from my parents, and I can also search information and discover some information from bloggers. And yes, I can also use artificial intelligence. And for me, education is not just a school building. It's every interaction we have, each experience, a project, conversation, and advice from a stranger leaves a mark in us, and helps shape who we are.
That's exactly that true education lives in everyday life. Even here, there's education. It may happen in a classroom, but also in a courtyard, in a short online video, or around a family meal when you are enjoying your meal on the table. Our job as teachers and parents is not just to control the learning, but to create spaces, to create opportunity of trust where it can flourish. Now, Sophia, what are your thoughts regarding this?
Sometimes I feel that education is like a team game, but team gets tired, students, teachers, and even parents, unfortunately.
That's a very rare question. And what do you think that keeps the team together?
I think trust, and when someone supports me, because I experienced this while participating in a military patriotic game called Jura, and I always felt nervous and was worried about making mistakes, but having a team who support me made me feel more confident, and it showed me the meaning of one for all and all for one. So when you have someone who supports you, you can achieve more than you could alone, and definitely you can overcome fear.
Oh, that's brilliant. I like what you have just said, that one for all and all for one, showing that the power of community, respect, and a mutual trust. Education does not exist in a vacuum. It depends on whether we see each other, not just separate entities, as a teacher, as a student, but as members of one community. At my school and the teacher craft program, resources are very limited. But when students, parents, and teachers stand together, the community becomes stronger than an obstacle. Strong education always depends on strength of community. And for you personally, Sophia, who do you want to become?
I don't know exactly who I want to become, but I know about footprint that I would like to leave. That my generation speaks the truth, supports vulnerable, and don't afraid to act. And for you, the same questions for you, what legacy your generation is leaving?
That's wonderful. That is the most honest question of this summit. All of us leave legacies. We leave footprints. Some build foundations. Unfortunately, some leave cracks. But the fact that today we are speaking about education, it means we have a chance to leave not only knowledge, but dignity, empathy, and the ability to listen. That's the path worth leaving behind.
Thanks. And in conclusion, I don't have all the answers, but I know that everything that we have discussed today will stay with us for a long time.
And everyone who supports education is already part of this journey. We cannot choose another world. This is the only world we have. But we can shape education to be a canvas of humanity. Because as long as we teach, share, and listen, we will leave behind not ruins, but hope.
Thank you. But Peter, before we finish, I would like to give you some things. It's a lizard that we made from recycled plastic.
Wow.
And I want you to keep it just for good members after this event. And it's like a reminder that every small steps can change the world.
Looks great, looks brilliant. And this is not just a symbol, it is a proof of what education and responsibility, how it can transform the world. Thanks so much, and I hope to take this back to my students back in Kenya and even share the same with my fellow teachers. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Sophia. It's true, education have to change the world. Thank you so much. Thank you too for being here. Each generation leaves its mark, shaping the world we live in today. Education forms the marks that will be left by future generations. It is key to overcoming global challenges and building a peaceful and safe future.
Yeah, some left behind traces of war and destruction, while others paved the way to the stars.
Some created masterpieces that became symbols of beauty and greatness, while others, factories that filled the sky with the smoke.
Some devastated forests and rivers, while others revived the earth and gave it new life.
It is education that shapes whether these traces will become a path to the future or burden of the past.
And it is at the 5th summit that we will talk together about what education should be shaping the world of the future.
We have just felt how the personal story can be powerful. But before we will talk about future of education, we have to answer the honest question, who can study now? 244 million children in the world do not go to school. Millions study while hearing sirens or living near destroyed buildings. Where education is a privilege, peace becomes a rare gift.
Therefore, the first step is access, because without school there is no knowledge. Without knowledge, there is no critical thinking. And without critical thinking, we remain defenseless against propaganda and violence. We will try to find answers to this important question together with our special speaker, and I'm pleased to invite the director of the OECD Education Department, Mr. Andreas Schleicher, to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, we have just seen education has created an amazing world around us. You know, our culture, our language, our economies, our democracies, they're all the fruits of education now. Education helps us live with ourselves, live with people who are different from us, live with this planet. And education helps us build trust in the power of cooperation, grounded in rules, in shared values, in evidence, even in the middle of a war. But the education of the past has left this world also with some real disconnect, disconnect between the infinite growth imperative and the finite resources of our planet, between the financial economy and the real economy, the wealthy and the poor. The disconnect between our concept of gross domestic product and the well-being of people, between our institutions and the voicelessness of so many, between what's technologically possible and the social needs of people. I'm not going to hold education responsible for all of that, but we should never underestimate the power of the knowledge and values of people in social development. If we want to see a different world, we have to build different education systems. Wars and even tiny viruses, can fundamentally disrupt our societies, and the future will always surprise us. Climate change may disrupt our lives more than anything. Artificial challenges almost everything we do, including education. And there's so many other forces shaping our future. We thought in 1945 that would be the end of wars, but global conflict remains on the rise. And it accelerates the movement of people, which creates new demands on our societies, on our classrooms. We see the rise in harmful trade barriers disrupting our interconnected world. On the positive side, young people are much more versatile, much more open to different futures than older generations. Education tomorrow needs to prepare them for jobs that have not been created, to use technologies that have not been invented, to solve social problems we cannot imagine today. The kind of things that are easy to teach, easy to test, have become easy to digitize and automate. Technology-intensive tasks on the rise. You put the two things together, that's the future of work. Social media allow us to connect, collaborate, engage with new identities. But, the algorithms behind social media sort us into groups of like-minded people. They create virtual bubbles that amplify our own perspectives and insulate us from divergent views. They polarize our opinions and our societies. So the digital world has also created huge pressures. Every teacher here in this room knows how many of their young people are addicted to smartphones. So we should not be surprised that mental health is now the top health concern of people. In some, wars, technology, climate change have hugely disruptive implications for our economic, our social structures. But those implications are never predetermined. It's always, the nature of our collective responses to those disruptions that's going to shape their outcomes. And that is how Ukraine inspires the world in these very days. And that's education. That's where education comes in. Tomorrow's schools need to help young people find out what is important to them, where they can make a real difference. It needs to help them discover their needs and talents, but also understand what the world needs from them and how to transform their skills into better jobs and better lives. Success in education now is about, building curiosity, opening minds. It's about compassion, opening hearts. And it's about courage, mobilizing our cognitive, social, and emotional resources to do something. And those are also our best weapons against the biggest threats in this world. Ignorance, the closed mind. Hate, the closed heart. And fear, the enemy of agency. And the past was divided, with teachers and content divided by school subjects and students separated by expectations about their careers. With schools designed to keep students inside and the rest of the world outside. The future is about integrating experiences, making connections between ideas that seem sort of unrelated, connecting the dots where the next big idea and innovation is going to come from. And in this world, parents should never be clients of schools. Teachers should never be service providers. Schools only work as a whole of society enterprise. And if we get that right, the rewards are huge. In Ukraine, there's still, a quarter of young people who do not achieve the most essential foundations. In many countries, it's more. If every young person in this country would at least rise to the baseline level of knowledge, it would generate over $2 trillion in additional income over the working life of those people. That's almost 4 times the size of Ukraine's current economy. That's the power of knowledge. And today, students are going to be tomorrow's startups. They are not going to learn for jobs. They're going to learn to create jobs. And that requires curiosity, imagination, empathy, entrepreneurship, ethical judgment, resilience, the ability to see failure as an opportunity for growth. I'm a scientist by training, and it often breaks my heart when I see how we teach science like religion. We make young people believe in some scientific theory, then we give them lots of exercises to practice it, and at the end, we test whether they remember our answers. That has so little to do with science. Science is all about inquiry. It's about questioning the knowledge of our times, not reproducing them. The past was about teaching students answers. The future will be about helping them iterate to better questions, putting into question what we took for granted, to advance from problem solvers to problem finders, to attend to purpose, meaning, rather than just complete tasks, and to embrace the new, the uncertain, more than sticking to what we know in the known plans. You know, wherever students feel that questions lead to trouble rather than to answers, something is fundamentally going wrong in education. Imagine this. In our latest survey, 15-year-olds reported lower levels of creativity than 10-year-olds. In 5 years, something happens in most of our school systems that dulls rather than sharpens, young people's creative potential. Too often, education is built around compliance and conformity, not ingenuity. We train young people to memorize facts, not challenge assumptions. We value efficiency over exploration, and in doing that, we may be extinguishing the very qualities that we value for the future: imagination, innovation. In today's schools, students learn typically individually, and at the end of the school year, we give them a test where they have to compete with their neighbors. But the more interdependent the world becomes, the more we need great collaborators, great orchestrators. At work, at home, in the community, we need a broad understanding how other people live in different traditions, how other people think, whether an artist or a scientist. And the foundations for that do not come naturally. We're all born with a sense of belonging to our families, to people who think like us, who look like us, who have shared experiences. But it takes good education to create that kind of bridging social capital that allows us to relate to people who are different from us, to increase our radius of trust to strangers. Education helps us develop a good sense of right and wrong, a sensitivity to the claims of other people, and also a good grasp on the limits of individual and collective action. Freedom, democracy, the rule of law, they're not diplomatic ornaments. They're not beautiful words. They are what education is exactly about. They are the pillars on which we build our societies. And if education doesn't protect those values with determination, the tremors of the world are going to wash away the foundations of our society. That is the most powerful lesson the world can learn from the courage in Ukraine. In this imbalanced world, students need to recognize interconnections. They need to navigate ambiguity, resolve tensions and dilemmas with no clear answers, equity and freedom, autonomy and community, innovation and continuity, efficiency and democratic process. These days, it's tempting to see artificial intelligence as the response and as a kind of force that steadily erodes our human agency. But this should not be a kind of gradual, slow retreat, us yielding more and more ground to some algorithms. Education can help us to become so much more than the sum of isolated, automatable tasks. The rise of artificial intelligence should sharpen our focus on human capabilities that cannot be reduced to code. Our consciousness, our capacity to navigate complex social relationships, exercising judgment in uncertainty, creating something that is genuinely new. And that's why good education is never a transactional business. It's always a social, a relational experience. And that is the magic of teaching, of parenting. That understanding of who that student is in front of me, who they want to become, and how I can accompany them on that journey. That authentic dialogue, the mentorship, the emotional connection. Education is where, social relationships become the common heritage of humanity, and that is what makes education one of the most complex forms of love. And that is how education enables us to design exactly the futures that reflect our values and aspirations. Ďakujem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schleicher. That was a very brilliant performance. Thank you so much. And of course, in your speech, you raised so many important questions. And now, together with our distinguished guests, we will try to find answers to them at the first part of our program, which is called Access to Education. Leave no one behind.
And now we want to turn to you, dear audience. We would like to ask you what access to education means to you. Please write it in 1 or 2 words. You can do it easily just using a QR code that you can see on the screen. Just follow our First Lady and gentlemen. You can write what the access to education means to you. The results we will show just after the first discussion.
Yeah, so be active. We need your opinion as well. So scan QR code and write down your thoughts. And while the stage is getting ready for the first panel discussion here on the summit, of course, we would like to remind you about the symbol of our summit, which are ribbons of gratitude. You can find them in your welcome package. This is a really unique opportunity to remember and thank for the important lesson or experience a person or situation that left a mark on your personal life. So, of course, we invite all of you to sign that ribbon and leave it on a special stand here in the Arsenal courtyard near the main photo zone. Just take your time during the break, or lunch break or coffee break, doesn't matter.
We also will do it, of course. Timur, what you will sign on it?
First, I have to find my ribbon, and then I'll think. I can't answer this question so quickly.
I know. It's going to be the name of my first teacher. She changed my life, really, and I remember her. Her name is Inna Nikolaevna. I remember her name. It was a long time ago, but I still remember it. So she changed my life, and I'm sure I love to go to school just because of her. So she teach me how to study.
Yeah, it is very important to have this person in our life, and I definitely know that all of you have this person. So don't forget to pay your gratitude to this person. So in a moment, here on the stage, we will talk about access to education, and I'd like to announce our distinguished guests. So I have the great honor to invite to this stage our esteemed panelists. Please welcome Elke Bodenbender, First Lady of the Federal Republic of Germany. Diana Nausėdienė, First Lady of the Republic of Lithuania. Oksen Lisovy, Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine. Pia Rebello Brito, Global Director of Education and Adolescent Development, UNICEF. And Marco Mantovanelli, Regional Manager, Asia and Pacific Europe, Latin America and Caribbean, and Middle East at Global Partnership for Education. And also to moderate this panel and discussion, I invite Ms. Sarah Brown. Please welcome.
So welcome, and the floor is yours, Sarah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And to you, First Lady of Ukraine, just thank you for convening us all here today, and particularly for making the subject this year education. Now, I'm delighted that we have such an expert panel here, and we're going to hear some really interesting thoughts. Now, we're going to focus in this session. We're going to do it slightly quicker than we were planning to, because we're going to take off the bunker time for while we're here, and help us keep all on track. But we're really focused on education as a global marker of equality. And I'm going to start, first of all, with you, Elke Bodenbender, as the spouse of the President of the Federal Republic of Germany. Now, I know you're a judge by profession and someone who's focused on supporting humanitarian, cultural, and education projects, and particularly aiding those with disabilities. So my question for you today is, every child should have the right to choose their educational and professional path. Did you have that choice? Do you think there are more opportunities for that sort of choice today? And if you could make that choice again now, would you choose that same path? So lots of questions bundled into one.
Thank you so much for that question. And yes, I had this choice and I would go my way right again. That was really the best thing I ever did in my life, and that I had the chance to go back to school and gain my higher qualification entrance to go to university after leaving an intermediate secondary school and completing a 3-year apprenticeship as an industrial clerk. And then I studied law and became a judge. And every step of my training made me wiser, and I benefited greatly from my experience during my vocational training and working as a judge and as an industrial clerk. In my work as an administration judge, I had the experience of long-time learning and knowing people from the whole bunch of life. I know a lot of people, and I had the feeling what I learned on my path, it was very important for my work as a judge. And the diversity of my learning path has strengthened me a lot. And I think we have still these opportunities in Germany. We have still more opportunities because of the changing of the law. Mainly people who are doing vocational training and are able to go to university if they want to do it, or to complete their educational or vocational learning. That's really important. But children and young people absolutely need support. Parents are so important to children. Teachers are so important. Mentors, for me, my colleagues from the trade union have been so important. And mentors may be a sport coach. It makes a difference if someone sees a child and sees the talents. And from my point of view, these people are gate opener for the children to one's own talents. And that is very important, and I think every child has a right to have these opportunities, to have a wonderful education that is based on decisions that are sometimes advised and supported by people who care about the child. Nevertheless, the circumstance, it may be poverty or here in Ukraine, war, and I'm deeply impressed how you managed it here. It is so important that children have the support, and then I think they are able to go their own life and make their own decisions, critical decisions, and also be a worthwhile part of the society.
Well, the challenge is certainly there for millions of children for us to help give them that choice. Thank you so much for that contribution.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to turn to you as the First Lady of Lithuania. I'm so delighted that you're able to be at this conference, and know that you have, together with Olena Zelenska, you initiated the creation of the Ukrainian Center in Vilnius for Ukrainian refugees, which opened in 2022 and has held more than 1,700 events offering language courses, cultural seminars, and psychological support to over 20,000 visitors. That's quite an achievement. And that's on top of all the work that the government of Lithuania is doing, allocating nearly 32 million euros to support the education of Ukrainian refugees. So thank you to you. Now, my question for you today is, how can we restore a sense of safety for a child who's lost it? And when access to school is available, but support beyond the classroom is needed, and I'm particularly thinking of your work at the Ukrainian Center in Vilnius.
Thank you for your question, and thank you for this international assessment. I would like to come back to the basic question of this summit. What personality do you want to nurture in the 21st century? The main issue for education should sound not how many engineers we want to produce, how many teachers should we train, but we should orient our education towards what personalities we want to grow and adapt our systems, all our politicians, government, parliament, to make sure that we create the environment that makes a personality grow. A personality must choose what they want to study, what skills they want to develop, and this decision, I think, would be a very universal one. But in order to develop this, we must ensure access to an education system so children could get knowledge. And one of the most successful decisions was the decision by the President of Lithuania in 2021. Just a second, I want to be very specific. On the 1st of September 2025, Lithuania in Lithuania, a full education was established from 2 years old. So we start nurturing children earlier. We grant them access to education. And this is a systematic approach that can help shape a child as a personality with higher quality. And this preschool education is ensured for 97% of children, and that even exceeds our objectives and exceeds European averages. Equal start at the very early stages ensures better success for further children's development. Any country has to think about its own context, about the possibilities, about the access to education that would improve every child's possibilities to develop, regardless of the country they live in. And I would like to wish Ukraine not to repeat the mistakes of the Lithuanian education system and to adopt these experiences that develop the education system.
Thank you for that really valuable contribution. I think First Ladies are always a very underestimated resource and source of expertise. But Minister, I'm going to come to you next. As the Minister of Education and Science here in Ukraine, I know you have advocated very strongly for the return to in-person education, but combining that also with safety in education. And since 2023, the Minister has been working to restore offline learning, allowing in-person classes where shelters are available and, as the security situation permits, creating underground schools and also, crucially, increasing teachers' salaries in light of wartime realities. So I have a two-part question for you. Firstly, in your view, how can we build an education system that is both resilient and accessible in the face of disruption like war or, for many people with the pandemic, before? And secondly, how in the face of that disruption, how do you enable in-person learning to continue?
Speaking about an answer to the first question, thank you so much, dear Sarah. Right, you are. Huge efforts are being invested into preserving the opportunity of continuing the education of our children, for them to really have their proper childhood, normal childhood, as we know it. What shall be done for this normalcy to be sticken to and to be ensured? I believe that we need to really change the mindset at the very beginning. We need to have these two perceptions. First, the crisis is there. Various crises, climate crisis, technogenic crisis, wars, they might be there, and the more complicated are our systems, the more sophisticated we are, and the more we are developing, the more we would be prone even to getting into crisis like this. Then And the second perception would be the following. Education is the priority, regardless of the fact what crisis we are going to be facing, because education is about actually overcoming any crisis and going through the crisis, becoming even stronger. So education is the priority regardless of the crisis. We cannot postpone education. Never. It can never be happening under any conditions. This would be two key perceptions at the level of the society. So the society, especially the democratic one, shall be having this included as indicators at the level of the government. Second of all, at the level of the governments, we need to have an understanding that we need to understand what kind of scenarios we might be facing. This shall be high in demand, and we have to understand it as the government. We shall be planning for scenario A, B, C. Pandemic can happen, the war can happen, economic crisis, etc., etc. And various scenarios shall be taken into account. And only if we do so, we shall be developing all the systems. We have to be preparing our infrastructure. This is something we are actually doing now in Ukraine. We are developing the educational infrastructure. We make it ready for various scenarios. We need to give an answer. What do we do if? If tomorrow we have a blackout, if tomorrow we don't have internet access, if we don't have an opportunity to bring children to school, no school buses, etc., etc., etc. So we need to be reflecting it all in all the policies. These scenarios shall be in the basis of all the policies we develop. And that's what we do now. Together with the Ministry of Development of Regions and Infrastructure, we are discussing the scenario. In what way to build the roads, where the school and the hospital will be in the center of this roads infrastructure. That's what's important. Also, everything pertaining to the infrastructure shall be thought through by the government properly and thoroughly. Then we shall be thinking very flexibly. We shall be flexible at the level of the ministries. And we don't speak just about the Ministry of Education, because there are educational components in the activities of plenty of the ministries, but also at the local levels, at the levels of schools, at the levels of administering the processes, at the level of the teachers themselves, who can change their approaches and who shall have plenty of tools in their hands to be flexible and to ensure education. So we need to change the approach to training the future teachers. This would be the key to elements to ensure the sustainability of education in any case. Well, sorry. And yet the second part of your question, it pertained to offline schooling. So the challenges of pandemics gave us a huge lesson, and we understood we would be actually incurring plenty of losses because of this online schooling. OECD is granting us proper calculations. The World Bank is granting us with these calculations that the losses are huge. Nevertheless, education will never go back to what it looked like before. And sometimes online has got very good benefits. So I believe that the future of education would be of both, online and offline. There shall be a school, a physical space, in the center of which there will be an online platform, which will yield more freedom for children, but they will still have the offline lessons, in-person lessons, where they gain the soft skills, where they learn how to interact with teachers, with each other, with some laboratory equipment, with the prototyping tools, where we learn how to implement various projects, where we learn how to present, communicate. And the future would be in both online and offline. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know with it you have a talented ministerial team, and there's a lot of goodwill in this room to all work together to help deliver more and more for Ukraine, and never more so than the international organizations who are here today. So we have Pia here, who's the Global Director of Education at UNICEF. UNICEF, I was looking at the numbers. You've provided comprehensive support for education in Ukraine during the war, reaching more than 3 million children and parents since you've started that, and mobilized mobile teams, bringing it in different ways, your digital kindergartens, all kinds of EdTech initiatives. And I know you're also very passionate about early childhood education too, which is important to the Ukrainian government and has become a priority. My question is, given UNICEF's extensive work on the ground, and particularly in crisis-affected areas, what do you see as those most effective, scalable solutions? And where are the opportunities now for us to drive funding and investment for those solutions?
Thank you, Sarah, and warm greetings to all. If you allow me, I want to start with saying how inspiring it's being here at this summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen. And I'd like to commend the First Lady of Ukraine for her vision. This vision where education is beyond schools. Education is about the arc of possibility, about shaping the world. It's just been amazing. Wonderful to be here. Yes, Sarah, UNICEF does work extensively here in Ukraine and around 144 countries. And in response to your question, what is it that we can do that's going to scale, especially in crisis contexts? And when we look across our work, I want to share with you 4 lessons that can help us think about scalability. The first, keep learning going. Continuity of learning with safety. And as the First Lady of Lithuania just said, it has to have an equal start because inequality begins very, very early on in early childhood. And you know that, Sarah, you are a big champion of it. Here in Ukraine, with the government, we are piloting really interesting new preschool models for this continuity, mobile models, workplace models, community-based models, home-based models, so the youngest citizens don't lose that start to life, and it scales up. But I also want to talk about other contexts that are prominent in our mind. For example, Sudan. Maybe you are aware or not that 80% of children in Sudan are out of school. Out of school. And as the first gentleman from Denmark just said, he's grateful for life, the experiences of life. Imagine when we're talking about 80% of children not having those experiences. What is the impact? And there, with UNICEF's work, we have supported to reach over 2.3 million learners through safe spaces, non-formal education, also over 700,000 of them receiving psychological support to cope with the trauma, continuing to learn. Because safe spaces don't just protect education, they protect hope. And many of us went to schools yesterday. I loved my school visit. This school had been damaged just in April, and we were together. In less than 5 months, it's buzzing. It's buzzing with learning. The kids, the teachers, there's such energy. And the lessons of hope, the lessons of the future, even through the appliqué embroidery of Mir. It was truly remarkable to see that. Second, we've talked a lot about digital. This is an equity tool, but it's not a replacement. I know the First Lady of Finland has often talked about the human connection of education, where we need that, where we provide both offline, low connectivity platforms, but don't replace teachers. We bridge crisis and continuity with digital. And just this month, UNICEF and partners launched the Win-Win Center for Innovation and Technology and Education here in Ukraine. The first of its kind. We are really going to test these digital solutions for equity. The third has been a recurring theme through the whole conference, teachers. Teachers, teachers, teachers. This is central. And yesterday I was very struck when the Minister of Ukraine said he wants to raise the profile of teachers. I loved the articulation of that vision. And today the First Ladies of Estonia and Serbia spoke about their teachers, because teachers are the backbone of the education system, especially more so in crisis. They are more than educators. They are the lifeline. In Poland, nearly 10,000 teachers have been trained through this Learning Passport program. It's a digital platform with over 200,000 learners. This I want to bring this up because through supporting teachers, we can scale quickly. And that was Sarah's question. How do we scale quickly? And finally, I want to talk about reaching the most marginalized. Every day a child is out of school, it's a day of childhood lost. In Sahel, and I take you to another part of the world, education programs are bringing girls back to school. I know we heard this from the First Lady of Austria, how important it is to support girls through these non-formal pathways, continuity through accelerated pathways, meeting girls where they are to give them that learning. Because if we fail to reach the most excluded, we fail the promise of education. As you just said to us, the First Lady of Germany, the right to education for every child. So these examples show us that we can do it at scale. And as Sophia said to us earlier today, she wants to leave her legacy. So if we combine safe learning continuity, smart digital tools, empowered teachers, and inclusive approaches, we can scale up education in crisis. Because systemic inequality is not inevitable. Systemic inclusion is possible, and this is how education is going to shape the world, child by child, classroom by classroom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pia. And what's fascinating is how everything you're talking about connects to other people's contributions here, and that in-person learning, the use of tech. But you also, as you concluded your remarks, talked about the systemic change, which brings us beautifully to Marco, and to bring you in at this moment. From the Global Partnership for Education, now in 2023, you mobilized $25 million from the Global Partnership, but also matched that with business contributions to support education in Ukraine. And again, that was bringing in the laptops was about connecting in-person learning with using technology at its best. But you focused on teacher professional development, on psychological support, and providing all sorts of learning materials and equipment. So coming to you last on this panel, what's working best today? What are the real standout successes that will help reduce educational inequality? Because it's that piece, that systems piece, that's so crucial. And which are the models and technologies or partnerships that can be adapted to different contexts?
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you also to the First Lady and to the Minister for this invitation. I'm personally honored to be here in Kyiv, a city that's become a symbol of resilience and leadership, and my institution, the Global Partnership for Education, is proud to be a partner in making your education system more resilient to the current crisis, but also, as the Minister just said, to continue to look beyond the crisis, to continue to invest in education. The question of what works to reduce inequality is critical at this time, given the challenges that Andreas has described before, and everything that we know that education can provide to respond to those crises. I don't claim to be a researcher, a scientist. I come from the humble practitioner work, being a practitioner of development for more than 30 years, so that's my perspective. And my impression is that in education, we have acquired knowledge of what works by now. Let me phrase it better. Knowledge of what programs work. For example, to reduce inequality. For example, there is an ample literature on gender inclusions. We know that mainstreaming it in major programs is the best way we can do, but also we know the specific programs like WASH or Safe Schools or Safe Transport to Schools have a huge impact, like they had, for example, in Ethiopia, where the GP supported for 5 years this kind of program, and there was an increase in 15% of girls' attendance. We know what work, for example, countries have struggled with geographic inequality, and they have invested in fiscal restructuring, fiscal transfer in schools, salaries and incentive in teachers. Beyond that, for example, Ukraine has brought resources to the front line, right? In partnership with UNICEF, you had mobile classes reaching children with safety training, for example. China right now is using technology, coupling an urban teacher and a rural teacher together in what they call co-led lessons. So structuring lessons where the rural teacher is not the minority partner, but it's an equal partner. They work together to deliver virtually and face-to-face, closing the rural divide. So I think we know, and there are many examples. What we know less is how these programs can be adapted to local circumstances. So the context matters a lot. And I would claim, and my institution promotes a lot this concept, that adapting means to think not uniquely in terms of programs approach, but of a system approach. We are a strong supporter of systemic transformation of systems, even during crisis, keeping that in mind. The goal is to align the financing, which is central. In case of public finances, we need to find alternative sources also to expand the pie because public finances are under stress. But it's to align financing with a priority that can leverage a partnership of various actors. As the First Lady said, it takes a village, and also additional resources from everyone. So few bullet points, because I see we are running out of time, again, from the practitioner's perspective. Closing the inequality gap, it is about more resources. Let's not forget there is a global and under-investment in education. It's unequal because some countries invest a lot, some less, but globally it's an under-investment. So it is also about more resources, but it is particularly about a better use of resources, more effective spending and making sure that the spending reaches the most vulnerable. So better spending. In this regard, there have been analysis. I remember that in 2023, the Global Education Advisory Panel published something called Smart Buys, analyzed 13,000 papers on what works and what is cost effective. At the top, you had invest early, meaning don't forget to invest early, even in parents. Before the children go to school, in Jamaica, they had huge success with parents' visits to prepare for early childhood development, give them the tools to be early childhood developers. Early childhood education is the most straightforward investment that we can do to reduce inequality. A lot of progress has happened, not enough, and not consistently enough. Invest early. Inequality is often compound, rural, girls. So we cannot think it only from the Ministry of Education perspective. It does require a partnership of actors to provide answer cross-sectorally. Technology and innovation are coming to the forefront. So the road not yet taken. Technology can help leapfrog, and we have discussed it, but there is a big warning. UNESCO gave it to us after the pandemic. Some of these technology first and technology only approaches have created more inequality rather than decreasing inequality. So again, we need to put technology into a systemic approach. I'll conclude with the central, as Pia did, the central role of the teachers. We cannot reinforce more the concept. They are not just implementers of curriculum, they are change makers, and we need to equip them to be change makers. In this regard, I will conclude by saying that reducing inequality in education must go through. We need to talk about quality education. So we need to focus on the outcome outcomes of anything we do. Foundational learning, in my opinion, is the answer we should look at given the learning crisis. Again, there are a lot of experiences that emerge in India. The Pratham Foundation has launched a global movement now on teaching at the right level rather than teaching at grade. And that has been impactful. So
Marco,
I'll conclude.
thank you so
Progress
much.
is possible, but it has to be part of a transformative effort and a partnership.
Thank you so much. And I think ending with a call out to teachers was the right note to reach at the end. But a big thank you to all of our panel for contributing on the issue around equality and how we reach that for education. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, our dear guests. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much for this dialogue.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now I suggest that we take a look at the screen together, because right now you're going to see the word cloud that we have collected from your answers to the question, what does access to education mean to you? And of course, each word is like a voice from the audience, from you, and together they're going to create this unique picture of how we all understand the access to education. Let's take a look. So, in the very center, we can see freedom. It's understandable, of course.
And also we can see rivnist.
Yeah, equality, best start,
Equality.
future, safety, inclusion, no special schools. What else?
No segregation.
Yeah.
Hope, opportunity, freedom, future.
Choice, hope, and so on and so on. So, Sarah, how can you describe this cloud?
I love that Best Start is up there. I strongly believe, and I know this is a big focus for the Ukrainian government now, is to have the early years come into it. But I think that freedom is at the heart of it. We're talking about being able to have the freedom to choose, to have an education, to go all the way, and to have skills in the future.
It's interesting that it's freedom and equality in the same size.
Yeah, thank you so much for participation in this interactive. Let's move on.
Yeah, and we will have one more interactive. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's your turn to join the discussion. In the next panel, you can ask question. Please use the QR code, scan QR code for the question for the next panel and for next speakers who will join the stage now.
Yeah, please welcome our esteemed speakers. Doris Schmidauer, First Lady of the Republic of Austria. Please welcome. Tamara Vučić, spouse of the President of the Republic of Serbia. Christoph Wiederherr, Federal Minister for Education of the Republic of Austria. Kartik Krishnan, CEO at International Finance Facility for Education. And Amel Karbul, CEO of Education Outcomes Fund.
So, Sarah, the floor is yours. Good luck.
Thank you so much. And before we start, I've been given permission by the organisers to be able to share an announcement from their world, which is the organisation I chair, and particularly as we are leading on the Global Act for Early Years campaign, working closely with UNICEF and other organisations here, that we're announcing a partnership with the Ministry of Education and Science and with the Olena Zelenska Foundation to help kickstart the national First Steps Forward preschool reforms by investing in comprehensive packages of community-based early years. And we know that many other partners, we're going to get it going, show how it's done, and then invite the other organisations to contribute so that every district can be covered. And also later today, the Ukrainian Business Council will be joining the Global Business Coalition for Education, and so that we can all work together to foster greater business support for education and skills in Ukraine. And I'm sure we'll also be including Global Partnership for Education and others as we look for greater opportunities there to bring in business. So lots of opportunity there. Now, we are shifting a little bit with our conversation and starting to, I've been thrown the geopolitical landscape as our topic, and to think about the uncertainty of the future. So, Let us dive straight in, because again, we're a little bit tight on time because we've cut off the bunker time, the shelter time into our discussions. But I think, like our last panel, we'll be able to romp through it. So I'm going to start with you, Tamara Vucek, as First Lady of Serbia. You're a diplomat working at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and your work focuses mainly on the humanitarian and diplomatic fields, but that's included child well-being, early childhood education, as well as youth development. So I know also the Serbian government for a long time has had a partnership with Ukraine and a cooperation in education too. So I know this is personal and also from your country too. But you grew up in a family of teachers and you're a mother yourself. What role do you think teachers play in ensuring real access to education for children? And what do they need to do now to fulfill that role?
Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, I grew up in a family of teachers, that is right. And from that experience and from my own experience as a pupil and later on as a student and being a mother of a schoolboy, I would like to say that I believe the teacher's role is one of the most important roles. No other profession leaves so many marks on children's souls like teacher's profession, whether positive but also negative ones. And they create entire generations, and that is the future of the nation, and that is the future of the world. Just like doctors, they are obliged to provide health care anywhere. I believe that teachers' mission is to share knowledge and transfer knowledge always and everywhere. But transferring knowledge is just a small part of the puzzle of the big picture, what actually means being a teacher. It's much more than just giving lectures. They need to provide, they need to foster positive learning environment. They should recognize potential in every child and encourage that potential. They should do anything in order to child and all the children feel well in that environment and to be able to learn, to feel safe, and so many other things. And when we are talking about challenges we are facing in a modern and this time, I think AI is one of these challenges. Also positive and negative ones we do have. And just as a comparison, since the time is accelerating, AI entered mass use in only 2 months. And for example, the use of smartphones began widespread in 15 years, and TV use of television began widespread in a span of 40 years. So we have 15 years and only 2 months. So it is quite a great challenge. And if the question is, what kind of teachers do we need for future, but not just for future, for present, because I believe the future is now. I think we need teachers who are going to challenge themselves every day and whose only constant is change. So they can, along with students, come to the knowledge that thinks and the knowledge that creates, not only the knowledge that educates. Children spend half of their day at school. They need role models in their teachers, in all the employees at school, in their peers as well. So it's a great obligation on teachers. They need to follow closely socio-emotional development of every child, because education is not only about knowledge, it is about emotional and mental stability.
Thank you. We ask a lot of our teachers, but it does seem that we value them enormously as well. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to turn to you as First Lady of Austria. You're a political scientist, and you've been focused on gender equality, access to education, historical memory, and intercultural integration. And I believe you described your role as a multiplier of social projects, which sounds something we should all aspire to, I think. I know you've been concerned about the limited opportunities for women in politics, in unequal pay, and this also comes straight into education. So you very much support access to girls and women to STEM, to maths and science subjects. What do you think that your work achieves, and why do you think this area should be prioritized, especially when we have such limited resources?
Thank you very much for this question regarding to gender gap in all areas you're faced with. So today, digital technologies are an integral part of almost every aspect of our lives, and digitalization has already brought significant improvements in many areas, including better access to education. However, many studies, including a UNESCO report, revealed that women have to catch up when it comes to digital skills, and that many are not aware of their own competences. The gender gap in digital education significantly disadvantages girls and women in shaping digitalization, and also in terms of access to the labor market, as well as participation in social, cultural, and political life. A key factor is often gender-specific encouragement of children and young people, which contributes to differences in how girls and boys assess their own abilities, especially in the STEM subjects: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So, as a part of the Austrian Initiative for Equal Opportunities for Digitalization, I co-founded also the project She Goes Digital. And the aim is to provide girls and women with insights into digitalizations and digital professions, so that we convince them that digital professions are also very well for them, not only for boys and men. And in the digitalization process, both women and men must be equally involved and represented, from the product development to the application. Only then we can all make the equal use of the opportunities that digitalization offers. So we always need men and women to solve all the problems in the world, and especially to close the gender gap also in the area of digitalization. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so glad you've raised girls' education, because it hasn't been a strong theme here, and yet it's such an important part of how we achieve equity in education. So thank you so much. Now, you know I'm coming to you, Christoph, as the Education Minister of Austria. We have audience interaction with this as well. So when we chatted earlier, I did warn you that questions might slightly change, because I know that there's an interest in the work that you've been doing. And obviously this year, Ukraine and Austria adopted their 5-year program of cooperation in the fields of education, science, and culture. And Austria is part of the Global Coalition for Ukrainian Studies. So this is a really powerful partnership that you have. So since assuming the position as the Federal Minister of Education, you've focused a lot on efficiency in the system and how to reduce administrative burden. I was going to ask you a question about how your government uses, how it identifies what to support in education. But if I'm factoring in the audience thing, I think they also want to know how you are, what kind of actions you're taking that actually practically helps drive that efficiency, and how that will help students, parents, and teachers.
Thank you very much for this question. I think equal opportunities is very important and necessary, that every child, and I believe that every child is a genius. You just have to find the talents of every kid. But every kid has talents, and so you have to focus on the positive side of each human being, on the talents. And you have to start early, and the earlier you start, the better it is, and also the more efficient it is. For sure, it's very important, higher education, universities, they should be well funded, but it's even more important to fund the early education systems better. And I think worldwide, if you compare the different education systems, there's a lack of funding in primary school and even before primary school, like preschool and kindergarten. And every amount of money you invest in this early stage, the more results you get. And it's not only about efficiency and the results, but it's a lot about staying curious. I have rarely met a kid at age 4 or 5 who is not interested in learning something about the world, because we are born like this. We want to get to know the world. We want to get better. We want to learn walking, learn to talk. And I think the most important thing in education is to keep up being curious. And I see at age maybe 14, 15, more and more youngsters are not so interested anymore in school. And I think that's very sad, and we should change that, because staying curious is so important, not only for school, but for our society, because our society is changing so fast. We have no idea what kind of jobs we have in our society in 20, 30 years. No idea. I cannot guess. I think politicians, maybe they will be still used in our society, but maybe also assisted by AI. But what I know, if humans are staying curious and they have the capacity to learn, then we are fine. And critical thinking is essential. And what was very interesting to me is what was on the core, like freedom. What's the core essence of education? It's, freedom of life, freedom of thinking, and that's very important to me.
Thank you so much for that contribution, and of course it connects so well to Andreas's presentation and some of the things he was lighting about curiosity and how children learn and what they need to be learning. Now, Karthik, you're leading an organization that is new and that is also offering something quite different that meets some of the demands of this changing world. So the new International Finance Facility for Education was only launched 3 years ago, and it will combine guarantees and grants from donor countries to enable the multilateral development banks to provide billions, that's right, I said billions, for new affordable education financing on top of what the development banks already invest. Now, you've started with looking at Asia and Africa, and I wanted to ask you a question about how you would bring that to Ukraine, but I have the audience have asked me a question, so here we go. With limited budgets, how can we leverage innovative financing to expand investments in education?
First off, I want to pick up on the Austrian minister's comment. Today, we live in a world where people are living into their 70s and their 80s, and we have about like 1.8 billion population that's probably under the age of 20 or something like that. So in this world, if we can't put them on a path to success, these young adults will remain a burden on their family, the country, and the community for the rest of their lives. So we owe it ourselves to really fix this problem. To fix this problem, we need 2 things. One, of course, money is always a problem. We got to fix that. The second problem that we need to solve for is ensuring that the money is being spent in the right places, in the right sequence, to ensure that they get the learning and earning outcomes. I think you talked about curiosity. Most of us, all of us, are born with curiosity. As you talked about the 2-year-old child who wants to learn, who wants to explore, but by the time the kids show up in the school system, our ability to become curious goes down. The propensity to ask questions keeps going down as we age. And once we stop asking questions, we stop learning. So to answer your question, I'm going to focus on 2 things. Yes, if it was an organization that was created to really figure out how do you bring additional financing for education and skills. We have developed an instrument where sovereign partners are able to take $1 of funding and convert that into $7 of funding for education and skills projects, and that's a massive innovation. That's the first part. The second piece is that as we're thinking through this, because of the aid-constrained environment that every country is facing, we have to figure out what else can we do. If it is also focusing on figuring out how do we have philanthropic organizations that are sitting on about $2.3 trillion of assets, $2.3 trillion, right? That's bigger than the GDP of most countries that we're talking about. How do we leverage that capital to provide guarantees so that we can bring more money in? The second area that we focused on is much more on ensuring that the money is being spent in the right places, in the right sequence. So how do we work with ministers of education from different governments and also with the MDBs to really figure out what can we do on the policy front? Policy at some level really shapes the environment. When Bangladesh took a stance to say we're going to make conditional cash transfers to young girls at a certain age, that really kept them away from marriage. That kept them in school. That kept them away from labor. So they were able to go through education. As you know, an educated woman can have a huge impact. A second policy could be to focus on things like early childhood education. The ability to have a sturdy, fragile foundation for learning, health, and social behavior happens before the age of 5. If you miss that golden opportunity and you start investing in this population at the age of 10 or even 20, it's a little too late. So how do we really put policies in place to ensure that we create the right environment? The second area that we are also focusing on is to really figure out how do you do project design. When I say project design, what is the intervention that's being used, and how do we ensure that that intervention can really help get to the right learning and earning outcome? Because a lot of times we could come back and say, let's get everybody an iPad in the classroom. But is that the most important thing that you can do for that ecosystem at that point, are the types of questions we need to ask? And last but not the least, we need to focus on data. Data makes the invisible visible. What I mean by that, if we don't collect data, we will not know what's working and what's not. I think we have a huge opportunity ahead of us as countries, as governments, and even as parents to really figure out what is the outcome that we're trying to deliver with a certain project, and how do we have a dashboard that says, are people showing up in the classroom? Are they submitting their homework? What are they learning, right? And then if we could do those things effectively, I think we have the opportunity to be the first generation to put most of the children on this planet on a path to prosperity so that they have the ability to think, learn, and evolve, and no matter what the world is going to throw at them, they're going to be in a great position to take those on. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthik. If we're looking at unlocking much greater amounts of funding, one of the big focus of this conference has been how we actually really deliver the results and how we get the outcomes, which makes your organization, Kamel, perfectly named as the Education Outcomes Fund. Launched in 2020, it was another newish organization. You're hosted at UNICEF, but you're a venture capital-like force for education, working with the World Bank and the UK and other government partnerships. And I think your support for Ukraine has come through some of those partnerships to deliver. So if you're that focused on the outcomes and results, I think, as we're concluding this panel, we'll look at the context of the vast numbers of out-of-school children. We've got these low literacy rates. What are some of those key outcome-based metrics that we can all learn from, that you've been pioneering and at the coalface for? And how can we make them most effective, particularly where there's an education crisis?
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, and I'm really happy to be here in Ukraine. Thank you for your great hospitality. So before I talk about metrics, I think we have to talk about outcomes. Today, I would say more than half of the world's children, that's 800 million of them, are failing to learn the basic skills they need to thrive. 2/3 of all skills programs that we offer in the world have absolutely no impact on employment, on earning. So basically, a lot of university, a lot of skill programs are factories for the unemployed, sorry to say it that directly. And so the question is, it's not about more money, we need more money, all of it, but is how do we spend this money more effectively? And I see this literally daily. I visited a country where $70 million were spent for textbooks, successfully. I visited different schools and I found those textbooks in boxes in headmasters' cupboards that no one has ever used. And would we have spent those $70 million differently? But it's not just government, it's also, NGOs and nonprofits do amazing work, but the way we fund them often also undermines the impact we want them to achieve. In another country, and actually a fragile context, I visit a school. They had an incident, they don't have doors, the furniture has been destroyed, but they have these 3 massive toilet blocks that look very new. And I was like talking to the headmaster, why do you have 3 massive toilet blocks? And she says, we had 2 toilet blocks, and then an NGO came and they said they have funding, and we said we need doors and we need a new furniture. But the NGO said, sorry, our funding is restricted to toilet blocks because someone in Washington or London or Berlin, had this research that toilets help girls stay in school, which is true, by the way. And then their funding is restricted to that. So now this school has 3 toilet blocks and still no doors and furniture. So I see these things really every day. And it's not just in the micro programmatic level, it's in the macro level. We know the US spent 10 times that what Vietnam spends, PPP, per child to achieve the same results. And that's really motivated me to co-found the Education Outcomes Fund, to say, what about the revolutionary idea, which for a normal human being on the street is actually not revolutionary at all, if we paid for the outcomes we want to achieve? If we pay for a child being developmentally on track at age 5, if we pay for a girl that moved from primary to secondary and succeed, if we pay for a young person, not for their training or university, but we pay for them being in a job and a retention in the role. And that's what we started doing. And just a very quick example, one of the most poorest country we work in right now is Sierra Leone, where 90% of the children at end of primary school actually can't read and write. We've done an amazing project with the government there, was very committed. After year 2 now of this outcomes-based funding approach, based on RCT, which is randomized controlled trial, which pharmaceutical use, to measure outcomes, the children have gained an extra year of learning compared to the best performing education system in sub-Saharan Africa. We closed the gender gap, and the intervention globally as seen as top 15% of the interventions. And how do we achieve that? I think one is really incentivizing everyone for outcomes. It's not that we don't care about outcomes. I was cabinet minister myself in my country, and I cared about outcomes. But I've seen how the institution and the system we live in hinder us. If you don't spend your budget this year, you don't get it back. We are really incentivized to throw money out of the door rather than ask ourselves, how are we spending this money? And the other piece is, I think, flexibility. So we hold people accountable, we hold our partner accountable for the outcomes that are achieved, but we don't tell them what they need to do. So they're really flexible to do what is needed. In one district, you need to work with teachers. In another one, you need to work with parents. In a third one, you need something different. And that's actually the conversation we're having with the government of Ukraine right now in their early childhood system, because I think Ukraine could profit a lot from that flexibility. There are different needs in different areas and different regions of the country to be able to adapt it. And maybe lastly, but not least, is the partnerships we build. I'm not going to explain the mechanism, otherwise we're going to be sitting here until tonight. But when you pay at the end for outcomes, someone needs to pre-finance the work. And we've managed to raise money from the capital market, from investor to do that. And at the beginning when we started, everyone was like, are you insane? Are you crazy? No one is in their right mind is going to put private money, investor money, to pre-finance work that in 3 or 4 years might bring results and might not bring results. And we proved everyone wrong. And every one of our programs that we've launched, we work now in 6 countries, we've been oversubscribed by private investors. So I feel if we build a true partnership between governments, the private sector and civil society, we can really move the needle and change the potential for millions of children and youth.
Thank you so much. And that gives us a sense of the kind of new innovative financing ways to start thinking about how we can address some of these big intractable problems. Now, we've just about 5 minutes left, and I've got my final question that I think we can squeeze in, but maybe we can go along the panel very quickly. Given that everything we've heard, if we were to think of what those priorities are, what's those wins that would open up access, which is the challenge we've set ourselves, is as we go along this panel, if we could just think of what we think would be the resources we needed, or the ideas, or what you would say very succinctly. I can almost guess from your presentations today, but just very quickly, would you like to start and say what you think summarize, go.
I think if resources are limited, we have to stay focused on long-term educational goals and preserve the fundamentals of inclusion, equity, equality, and skill building for all. And I think in this difficult situation of Ukraine, we can learn very much from the people here, and really full admiring what they offered their children and the education they are going on. So great congratulations. We take a lot of spirits from Ukraine back to Austria.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Turn to you.
Yes. If we want to create a bright future, I think there is only one path, and it should be fulfilled with humanity and altruism. And I will just share a quote from Nikola Tesla, great scientist and inventor. He said, of all the forces of friction, the one which mostly slows down human progress is ignorance, And he had also that peace in the world can only come as a natural consequence of universal illumination.
So if I come to the three of you again, just give me the one word or the two words that you think would unlock access to education.
I truly believe we need a cultural shift from teaching knowledge to teaching competences like critical thinking, cooperation, creativity. These are the skills we need in the future.
Thank you. Can you do it in one word, two words?
One word is technology. Let's use technology to reimagine and reshape how our kids learn.
Okay, that's a benchmark. For me, is really rewiring our system to deliver outcomes. And if I can say a sentence, when I was minister, I was responsible for an economic sector, and the Minister of Education came and asked for more money. And I was like, why should I give you more money? You know, you spend 25% of our budget, 5% of GDP, and you're like the bottom third of PISA. Why should I pour more money in a broken system? I mean, now I'm punished because I'm raising money for education. That's probably karma. But in another way for me, like, how can we rewire our education system? It's the boring stuff that maybe you don't see. It's not the intervention, it's not in front, but to deliver results for children. That's for me the most important bit.
Great. Well, what a fantastic panel. Thank you so much. I think we've challenged ourselves on how to get through this crisis and build a new framework. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much to all the panelists, Sarah, especially for you for moderating all these two panels, and of course to you and your fund as well for steadfast support and cooperation. Thank you so much. It's priceless for all of us.
So, and now we have a special time. It's a lunchtime, dear guests. During the lunchtime, you can taste a typical school meals prepared by a modern school cafeteria that prepares food for Ukrainian students.
Yeah, because school nutrition reform is one of the flagship projects of the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska. Implemented over several years by a national team, this reform ensures that children in Ukrainian schools enjoy meals that are not only nutritious and balanced, but also tasty. So today, you and we have this opportunity to taste that changes.
I'm already looking forward to taste it. I'm sure it's going to be completely different than it was in our schools. But the lunch break will last for 40 minutes. And we invite you not just to have a lunch and communicate with each other, but also to sign the ribbons of gratitude. Thank someone or something that's happened in your life and sign in a ribbon of gratitude and place it in a special stand near the photocall outside of the building.
Yeah, and of course don't forget to explore the art objects at our location. They complement the special atmosphere of the summit this year and can inspire you to continue today's conversation. So enjoy a school meal and see you in 40 minutes.
And bon appetit!
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
Welcome back to the 5th Annual Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen. And we began our discussion today with the access to education. In the second part of the summit, we invite you to look ahead what can change the really nature of education. What is happening behind the door on imaginary classroom?
How can innovations strengthen education, and how can education become an environment that generates innovations for the whole society? We're going to talk about all of this during the next part.
But before, we would like to once again thank our co-organizers with your applause, of course. Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, the Fund of the President of Ukraine for the Support of Education, Science and Sport, UNICEF, British Embassy Kyiv, and NGO Osvitoria. We can see the British Embassy there.
Yep. And also our partners, general partners, BGV Charity Fund, Universal Bank, official partners, Activities Education, Ajax Systems, Partners, Vodafone, La Familia Catering, Yalta European Strategy, and information partners, United 24 Media and Starlight Media. So, I invite to the stage the moderator of the second part of the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen, which is called Innovations in Education, from Crisis to Transformation. Please welcome founder of Osvitoria, head of the Global Government Technology Center in Kyiv, Zoya Litvin.
Thank you, dear colleagues.
So, Zoya, the floor is yours. Good luck. We know that it's a new role for you. So let's make some applause for Zoya. And we're wishing you good luck and see you.
Thank you. Actually, it is, so please be kind and supportive, because I am an educator for many years, but as a host, that's my first experience. But I've heard you're amazing as an audience. So, dear friends, I'm very honored to be here with you today, and I'm also excited to deep dive into our session, which is called Innovations in Education, from Crisis to Transformation. Working in education for more than 10 years, I realized that education always responds to the challenges of its time. The pandemic, for example, it accelerated the development of online schools and platforms all over the world. And with the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine, those platforms happened to be more than just a source of knowledge. They turned into bridges between Ukraine and our children, all over the world, externally displaced, but also those that are on occupied territories. So it is quite clear that every crisis reshapes education. But our goal today is much more ambitious, because we have not just to respond to challenges, we have to stay ahead of them. And actually, that's why I'm happy that today we will learn from the best, and we will start our session with two first ladies of educational super countries. And I am honored to welcome to the stage the First Lady of Estonia, Sirje Karis. As you all know, Estonia is a global leader in innovation, and I invite you to listen to their story.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends, today we gather to discuss innovation in education, how it can foster resilience, nurture creativity, and build peace. We will hear many excellent examples today. Let me begin by sharing Estonians' education mindset. We are known for our high-quality education and strong digital foundations. 30 years ago, our Tiger Leap program brought computers into schools. A step that helped launch Estonia's startup ecosystem and digital society. This year, we launched AI Leap, equipping 2,000 students and thousands of teachers with AI tools. Our education technology companies connect schools with innovators and export solutions worldwide. Tomorrow, we are opening Code Zhytomyr, which brings to Ukraine the innovative and successful method of learning how to code. Estonian children start learning robotics and programming at the age of 7. In all of that, our focus is on curiosity, problem solving, and digital confidence. Knowing all that, I want to emphasize to you that technology alone is not innovation. Technology in education can be useless or even harmless if it is not designed to support learning. What matters most is whether it helps students develop skills today's world demands: critical thinking, creativity, and the motivation to keep learning. That is why investing in teachers is the key to every successful evolution in education. We are proud of our cooperation with Ukraine through Estonian Center for International Development, supporting teacher training and innovation in education, even in hardest time. Dear friends, education is our strongest tool to transform crisis into opportunity. Estonia is ready to share, to learn, and to walk this path with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Kris, for presenting Estonia's forward-thinking way to envision education. And I'm sure that your example will inspire many decision makers and leaders in this audience. However, we know that Estonia's journey in innovations in education was inspired by Finland long time ago. So now let me welcome to the stage the First Lady of Estonia, Mrs. Suzanne Ines-Stubb.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine what the world would be like if education systems everywhere were equally recognized for their high quality. If all children had access to gold standard teaching in innovative learning environments. Unfortunately, far too many children are still deprived of a sound basic education, let alone the gold standard. And external conditions, conflicts, and wars continue to prevent children from attending school. But over the past 3.5 years of Russia's war of aggression, Ukrainian teachers have become heroic educational innovators in appalling circumstances. They've developed new teaching methods and practices to ensure children can continue learning, whether through digital platforms, in shelters, or in partially destroyed schools and homes. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all teachers in Ukraine for their work and for striving to reach the gold standard despite the obstacles in their path. The topic of this upcoming panel is innovation in education, so I'd like to reflect briefly on some of the issues in this area. Firstly, AI. The rise of artificial intelligence in education challenges us to rethink how we plan, design, implement, and assess learning. Many teachers are already incorporating AI into lesson planning and using it to create assignments, offer feedback, and visualize learning materials. AI can also be a valuable assistant for learners with special or linguistic needs, and it can be a tireless tutor during homework. But we also need to ensure that AI is used safely. In April this year, Finland released national recommendations for artificial intelligence in education to promote understanding of AI in learning and encourage its safe, ethical, and emerging use in kindergartens and schools at all levels. Furthermore, since August the 1st, the use of mobile devices in Finnish schools has been significantly limited. Students may only use their devices during lessons with the teacher's permission, and only for learning purposes or health-related reasons. At the same time, schools are placing greater emphasis on foundational skills by increasing instruction in reading and mathematics. We need to ensure that children's basic skills are strong in order for them to be able to make the best use of new technologies. And of course, innovations don't succeed without talented teachers. In the digital space, peer-to-peer learning is essential. In Finland, we have a national network of DigiTutor teachers and also AI student agents who help spread ideas and innovations about meaningful uses for AI in the classroom. Teachers also play a critical role in providing media education to students. In today's world, saturated with misinformation, disinformation, and overwhelming content, media education has become one of our key survival toolkits. It empowers people to make informed decisions, participate in civic life, hold institutions accountable, and strengthen democracy. Our capital, Helsinki, is proud to host UNICEF's Learning Innovation Hub. Close collaboration between companies, educators, visionaries, and researchers enables the development of co-designed and scientifically validated scalable solutions that can be used globally. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I have two brief messages. First, technology is undoubtedly a very valuable tool, but pedagogy must always come first. We must find the best ways to support our children in navigating this rapidly changing world. So let's foster critical thinking, democratic values, and creativity in the education world. Second, we must do this together. Finland maintains regular policy dialogues with our neighbours, such as Estonia on AI, and next week we'll be hosting a conference on media literacy and democracy education with other Nordic countries. With Ukraine, we share a long-standing partnership in education, and we will continue to support and work together with our Ukrainian partners in order to give the best possible educational opportunities to children in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Mrs. Suzanne, for sharing your vision and vision on Finland on future of education. And actually, this perspective, it reminds us all that true innovation is not only embracing the technologies, but it's about making thoughtful choices on what we use at schools to educate our children. And I guess that's the perfect moment to switch to our next speaker. As you probably noticed, digitalization in Ukraine is one of key factors for our resilience. According to PISA research, Ukraine is among global leaders in the use of digital technology in education. And it's not only by choice, but also out of necessity. And our next speaker is someone who has been shaping Ukraine's digital future for over 5 years, from the beloved DIA app to national educational ecosystem and dozens of digital solutions. So please welcome to the stage First Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine and Minister of Digital Transformation, Mikhailo Fedorov. And today, Mikhailo will be joined by Sarah Rainsford, the distinguished BBC correspondent with more than 2 decades of experience in journalism.
Good afternoon. Hi. Hi, Mikhailo. Great to see you. I guess you're going to be speaking in Ukrainian, I think, despite the fact I know you speak perfect English, but we'll... Give me 1 second. Excuse me. As you might notice, this is not my day job. I'm not sure it's working, but anyway. Mikhailo, welcome, thank you. This is all about education, all about innovation, and I know you want to talk about some of the projects that you're working on. But obviously we're here in Ukraine in a very specific context, and I've spent quite a lot of time over the past 3.5 years reporting from schools, from schools close to the front line, and I can see the very, very difficult circumstances that your education system is working in. So I suppose I wanted to ask you, first of all, how on earth are you coping with educating children at all in this context?
Всім доброго дня.
Yes, greetings, everyone. You know, before the beginning of this very panel, for 30 or 40 minutes, we've been speaking about the war, drones, challenges which are out there, and there were plenty of topics we were discussing that are really relevant for us today. And unfortunately, in that context, our children get their education. I've got a small child myself, and my child goes to school and is gaining their education in times of war. So I see all of it from the point of view of government and from the point of view of father. In the first place, we are taking care of the safety and security. Our task is to protect every child who is going to the educational institution today, which is why we're developing the network of underground schools. I'm sure it was mentioned today. Just this year, we are going to launch 150 underground schools, and the task would be that at the frontline areas, children go to school offline. And second of all, the challenge of the war itself and the night air raid alerts, as well as explosions, all of it influences the mental condition of children. They become more emotional, and they may variously respond to challenges which they face at school and beyond. And I see this actually in my own life and in my family. So our key task would be actually to help children to walk this way, to go through it all. But if we speak about the situation in general, we've managed in the recent years to really have offline schooling for hundreds of children, and we are doing our best for this. We are speaking about technologies and innovations today, but our task is to make it possible that children go to school offline. But yeah, we have to solve certain problems and address certain tasks with the technologies, not to use the technologies for the sake of using technologies. And we need to use them very efficiently in following certain goals.
In the context that you're talking about, you are trying to innovate. As far as I understand it, you have a big new project, Maria, a big dream for education here in Ukraine that has been developed in this context. So this is not a pre-full-scale invasion project. This is a dream that's evolved in the context of this war. So maybe you could tell us, I read a little bit online talking about its superpowers. What are the superpowers of the Maria project?
Well, in order to understand the goal of the Maria, of the Dream project, and the superpowers, you need to go beyond a little bit, because our task in times of full-scale war would be not to stop in terms of development of human capital. Because today, Ukraine is fighting Russia, which is several times bigger than Ukraine, more financially developed than Ukraine. And in the first place, this would be the victory of our people who have got certain values, who adhere to certain principles and who are fighting for their liberty. So it all would be a result of our educational system that functions, that is functional. Because namely, the educational system shapes up, together with parents for sure, those people, those personalities and individuals who are stopping such a powerful enemy today. So our task would be to continue developing what we have, our human capital, invest in our people. So, you know, all the neighboring countries, the European countries, Western countries, our dear partners, they don't really pay attention to the fact that we have war in terms of human capital. The world is not saying, well, stop, halt, the war in Ukraine will stop and then we will develop human capital there. No, we are actively investing into the educational sector. We are stopping the enemy, but in parallel, we are developing our education. We shaped up certain vision of the educational system. This would be to build such an educational system which would bring up happy people, people who are ready to be part of modern economy, innovative economy. And thirdly, Ukrainians who are capable of protecting themselves and their homes. For this purpose, we are implementing new standards of education, new competences. We are implementing and offering certain tools for the development of our children. And our task in this rapidly changing world would be to understand whether what we are implementing is really efficient and effective. We need to take decisions, to make decisions based on data. So MRIA project helps us understanding what's happening in the educational system, not just in the course of independent evaluation, which is happening at the end of grade 11, but to understand it in real time, to correct its trajectory. For example, Gemini, and we are going to speak about Google today, and OpenAI, and we need to show it to hundreds, thousands of teachers what that is, and to train children how to use AI, and train parents of this. But there might be other challenge, and we need to integrate something else into educational system very quickly. We need to understand how it works, so we need to have a digital platform, digital system to meet the needs of the current world. Everything is built on platforms nowadays. So MRIA, the dream, is such a platform which enables us understanding what's happening in the education, in what way we're implementing educational standards. And in parallel, this is a very useful service for teachers, for parents, and for children themselves. And there are plenty of novelties in MRIA. For example, it helps parents understanding their children better, what topics to be discussing with their children. Quite often, as parents, we don't know what our children shall know in this semester, during this months of their schooling. And MRIA will prompt you what you can discuss with your child, what they are learning today or during this month. And also there's a task for children to make them more active, to involve them more actively to the schooling. And we are gamifying training like Duolingo is doing. And actually speaking, for teachers, this would be countering bureaucracy, red tape, because there are so many reports required by the educational system. There's this complicated process of developing, drafting, drawing up the curricula, and MRIA helps you in that. I'm very happy that a few hours ago, Google announced that they are going to allocate $1.5 million to support MRIA platform, and for us that would be a huge assistance, because for sure money matters, but when the World Corporation tells you you're moving in right direction, move on, we are there to help you, we are ready to look into this experience. That's super important. Also, let me tell you about the final superpower, last but not least, superpower of MRIA. So, what's going to influence the educational system? That's creating individual educational trajectories for children. Why? Because the key thing in the educational system and the key task of parents would be to help child find their place under the sun, to understand what the child wants to be during lifetime, for them to have sparkles in their eyes, for them to be open to the education, for them to be really following their own path. So integration of AI today can help us in this and can help us. You know, we want that each and every student would have their own Aristotle, their tutor, their mentor who would help them building this educational trajectory and walk through it. Because today, regardless of the fact that we are implementing certain systemic projects and we are introducing new systems, educational systems, it all depends on where you are in Ukraine. It all depends whether you've got good access to education. This is our task, to actually grant equal access to education. We have All Ukrainian Online School, which is yet another important project of educational system, and we are actively using its contents nowadays in schools, in the textbooks. So our key task would be to train this model to become a real tutor, not to answer the questions quickly because it doesn't make sense. It's not the key thing of the educational process, but to help children find answers themselves, to help children ask correct questions. And I believe we're going to be one of the first countries in the world who would, in a large scale, implement something like this within the whole country, who actually use the internal context to train the AI. The system we are creating now is going to be based on open source model for sure, but it's going to be adapted to Ukrainian context. That's the issue of infrastructure. We are investing into infrastructure, NVIDIA GPU, that will help us building the capacity to implement projects like this. This will all create a certain ecosystem. So, to crown it all, in times of full-scale invasion, building underground schools and developing access to education, helping parents with nourishment of their children, with school meals, actually yet another important project. We continue implementing innovations that are being implemented not just for pure hype, but in order to solve certain issues, problems, and Maria platform is our response to this challenge, as we had DIA before, responding to bureaucracy and red tape, and responding to complicated processes.
Is there any risk of the tech taking over from the teachers, in the sense that one of the, I suppose, important, critical things about education is contact and relationships with an actual teacher? Is the tech taking over?
Well, to tell you the truth, our task would be to help teachers to become conductors of this new educational technologies, to make it so that they would be using the benefits. This is not a risk for teachers, but these are new opportunities for teachers. Thanks to AI, to create certain tests, to follow the topic you just learned with children, to generate schedule of the classes, to find certain contents that can be used for our children. That's just an added value, I should tell you. You know, when I was listening to the first ladies of Estonia and Finland, thank you so much for your great speeches and for coming to our country today, I understood that I was thinking that our task would be the following. We need to invest into technologies for parents as well, because parents are conductors of these technologies. We need to train parents to use these technologies in the first place. So we invest a lot of efforts to train both parents and teachers for them to know how to use these technologies. And parents shall be knowledgeable of the technologies as well, because they might have various levels of computer literacy. And actually, really, the laptops, the tablets may be stealing attention of children, but whenever the screen time is controlled, whenever the children are prompted by the parents, they can be using this for their learning.
What about the AI? Because I know you've talked a lot about how AI can be used to guide the education process, and particularly in terms of perhaps interesting children in topics or in potential careers that they hadn't thought about before. But one of the problems with AI is that it tells you what you want to hear. And that it follows the algorithms, it kind of, it leads you down a certain path. So how do you prevent the AI basically creating a generation of identical children?
That's
a very good question, I should tell you. And for sure, AI is also a challenge for our children, and we are already witnessing this. Our task would be, in the first place, to teach teachers how to use AI properly, to prompt parents how to use AI. Ukrainian LLM model would be also an answer to this question in itself. In what way to work with various risks and mitigate these risks? Because, for example, Russia is the leader in the world in terms of disinformation campaigns, in creating these campaigns, in influencing people's minds. So our task would be to actually create products that, so to say, would help us not letting our children to be subjected to such influence. So at schools, we've introduced such a subject as IT studios. Through this subject, we are sharing experience of digital literacy, and we train children how to properly use technologies. And we have DIA digital education platform. We help parents and adults explaining in what way technologies work and in what way AI operates. We invest a lot of time as the country into AI and into countering the risks and mitigating risks. We've made public the code which prompts how to get involved into implementation of various educational campaigns. We have a CTO AI. We have people, we have even CEOs on AI, people who are implementing various policies, prompting you how to use AI. A few weeks ago, together with Mr. President, we launched the first service in DIA platform using Google products, which is AI-based. So actually, we are trying to work with those risks and around those risks which might show up. And corporations work on this. There are certain regulations in the United States, and there are certain regulations in the EU as regards AI. Our task would be to have the knowledge and competences to swiftly respond to the challenges of today. But we need to understand that we are preparing our children for the world which is non-existent yet. And for sure, we will be making mistakes, and for sure, we have to be learning quickly. But I believe, and that's my subjective opinion, that those will win in the fight of human capital and the educational systems would be those who can be implementing changes in a more speedy way, and those who will be making decisions based on data. And I should tell you this, there are not that many countries in the world that understand in the real-time mode what's happening in general in every class and with every school, what's happening with certain educational standard, what's happening in general in the educational system of their country. This is the challenge yet to overcome. We are still far away from overcoming it, but I strongly hope that in the course of the coming 2 years we'll do that. And MRIA will be integrated into every school of our country.
I can see some big red letters that say time is up there. I'm not sure if that's aimed at us, but I guess you've got a panel and lots of stuff to talk about. But thanks so much for sharing your dream project with everybody today. And I know you've got a whole host of other projects that you're working on in defense, in IT, all sorts of things, which again have emerged because of this war, at least being a stimulus, in one positive sense, a stimulus for creativity. So I guess creativity and innovation in education is what it is all about. And that's what you're here to talk about. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Mikhailo, for sharing your ambitious vision. And also thank you for leading Ukraine's digital journey despite the most challenging times. And of course, our gratitude to Sarah Rainsford for guiding this conversation with depth and clarity. As today we reflect on future of education in a world of rapid change and huge technologies, one thing remains constant, the power of teachers. And I'm so thankful that many of you mentioned the importance of teachers in your keynotes, and I'm also very glad that teachers are not only the subject of our conversation today, that they are in this audience as a distinguished guests. Because true innovation in education, for sure, doesn't begin with machines. It begins with human values, connection, and purpose. And our next speaker is someone who knows how to empower teachers and children to be not only learners, but creators. Esther Wojcicki, legendary educator, teacher herself, and also the author of international bestseller, How to Raise Successful People. You probably heard about Esther as a mother of the Silicon Valley, because one of her 3 children is a renowned professor pediatrician from Stanford University. Another one is a co-founder of Google, mentioned today, also former CEO of YouTube. And the third one is a founder of $1 million biotech company called 23andMe. So all her insights are not only professional, but personal. Ladies and gentlemen, video message from Esther Wojcicki.
Welcome, everyone, at the 5th Summit of the First Ladies and Gentlemen. It's an honor to be here with you today, because Ukrainian teachers know better than most the true resilience and strength education can bring in times of stress. Today, our world is moving faster than ever before. In such a world, education can not only prepare students for jobs of today, it must prepare them for the unpredictable future of tomorrow. To do this, we must reimagine education together. At the heart of this vision is a simple but powerful framework, the TRIC model: trust, respect, independence, collaboration, and kindness. These are not just values, they are principles that turn classrooms into ecosystems of innovation. They build confidence, nurture curiosity, and empower young people to see themselves not only as learners, but as creators. Artificial intelligence is one of the most powerful tools of our age. It can analyze, support, and even open doors of knowledge more quickly than ever before. But no matter how advanced our technology becomes, the human connection will remain central. Teachers are not just transmitters of knowledge. You are mentors, role models, and guides. Your voice, your encouragement, your ability to inspire, that is what helps students grow into thoughtful, compassionate citizens. The challenge before us is to help students use AI and technology with creativity, with responsibility, and with purpose. These tools can amplify learning, but it is our human values, trust, respect, independence, collaboration, and kindness that must guide how they are used. And we cannot do this work alone. No single country can transform education by itself. Global cooperation and the sharing of best practices give us the chance to learn more quickly, to innovate more wisely, and to prepare all children for a better future. When teachers from Ukraine, America, Africa, Asia, and Europe share ideas, we multiply our potential to make change that is truly lasting. So let us stand together across borders and challenges, united by our belief in education. Let us give students not just knowledge, but the courage and creativity to shape their world with wisdom and compassion. Because when we teach with TRIC, we do not only shape the future of our classrooms, we shape the future of humanity. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, dear Esther, for this powerful and timely message. Your words remind us that technology is important, but human connection is even more important. And now we move to our next panel, Solutions and Innovators. Here you will see a unique pitch style showcases of edtech products that are already shaping the future of education today. Each startup has just 5 minutes and 20 slides to clearly and also powerfully present their idea. No long presentations, only the most impactful messages. So let me welcome to this stage someone who turns robotics into a real adventure for kids. He is the founder of Robocode XR, CEO of Robocode School Network, and also a math teacher who proves every day that STEM can be exciting. So please welcome Roman Bojok.
Hello, everyone. My name is Roman Bojok. I am CEO and co-founder Robocode and Robocode XR. And I'd like to ask you a simple question. Do you know any kid who prefer computer games over school or lessons? If so, stay tuned, it's going to be interesting. So, Robocode is a net of educational STEM centers in Europe with more than 10,000 students who learn code and robotics. Our unique 6 years robotics program starts at age 8 with simple electronics and code, but by the age 15, our students are able to design and code robotics with computer vision. The effectiveness of our programs is confirmed by a numerous of rewards at international robotics competitions. But why do we need in general to learn robotics, embedded systems, and so on? We study natural science at schools because we are surrounded by trees, greenery, sun, gravity, and so on. But now we are also surrounded by sensors, microcontrollers, Wi-Fi, and that is our new reality. But there is a problem. Our kids prefer computer games. They love computer games and even more computer games. And outcomes of learning are steadily declining. That's why we created Robocode XR. It's a digital twin of Robocode, and we tackle the main educational problems of our day, the lack of motivation to study complex stuff like math, physics, and so on. So, Robocode XR is an online learning platform where students programming microcontrollers explore physics and math, and it is disguised as a strategic computer game. To complete missions, students should build a smart city. They start from control center of the smart city. They learn how to connect sensors to Arduino, make code, and make simple city alive. They work with different types of hardware and sensors. They build and code smart lighting, solar panels, smart delivery and smart water control systems, vertical agriculture greenhouses, and so on and so on. By Robocode XR, students immediately see as their knowledge comes to life just in front of them in the smart city, math, physics, code, and so on. And all of this are also available in VR. Doing Robocode XR, students discover modern professionals, they grasp the meaning of cosine theorem or integrals, for instance, and there are also robotics competition, following the line and sumo fights. We have already tested Robocode XR with hundreds of students in Ukraine. They really love it, they want more, we work on it, and we are ready to scale. One of the testers was my 13-year son, Arthur. He really loves computer games. Actually, I have 4 kids, so it's a real issue for me. And this spring, he significantly fell behind in math. He stopped doing chess. But after one of the robotics art lessons, it just so happened that we were installing real solar panels on the roof of our house. I proposed him to calculate the optimal angle for panels for winter and summer. We were talking for hours about angles, triangles, cosines, the movement of the sun, of the earth, the tropics, the ecliptic, latitudes, and so on and so on. He was so fascinated by that during this summer, he caught up his math. He started to study physics with a tutor in summer, can you imagine? And he started to read a book about space. When I was a child, I learned a lot about natural science by reading Jules Verne, Ayn Rand, and so on. It was much more interesting than lessons at schools. But our kids read less and play more. Let's go to their territory, gamify learning to make it modern and exciting. And I believe it's a question of national security of Ukraine and probably for whole Europe to make education, technological education, modern and exciting. Thank you for your attention. Let's gamify education together. Glory to Ukraine. Thanks for your support.
Thank you, Roman. Wow, what an energy. So, from robotics to mathematics, thanks to her global innovative online school, shortly known as GEOS, kids know that math is anything but boring, as they learn math through games and interactive activities. She is also head of Ukraine's EdTech Association. Welcome, Natalia Limonova.
Hello everyone, my name is Natalia and today we will talk about GEOS, the platform that uses artificial intelligence to teach children not just to play, but to think while learning math and critical thinking development. I'm a mom of 2 boys and I know very well what clip thinking is. Their brains are turned for speed, short stories and bright images. And when they sit down for long, boring lectures with outdated materials and talking heads, their brain simply refuses to work. Raise your hand if it sounds familiar to you. Oh, I see a lot of hands. It's like teach our 21st century children with the methods of 20th century. It's the same like to teach someone to drive Tesla using manual from old car. Our kids are not lazy. They just disconnected from the system that doesn't understand them. That's why every 3rd student in the world failed to graduate school. And in Ukraine, education is not only about development. It's about survival. And our kids who are learning in bomb shelters deserve more than just copying a notes. Yes. And so, what if we turn education into the gym to the brain? The trainer who teaches them from, I don't know how to do this, I don't solve this, to yes, I can do it. We created the key for the future that changes the rules of the game. Meet GEOS, Global Innovative Online School. We turned boring lectures into dynamic process. We shift education from memorization to understanding and application in the real life. We capture their attention and we teach them how to think. It's easy, like 1, 2, 3. You get to the platform, you take access to videos and schemes, and you solve interactive tasks and get results and enjoy playing math, learning by playing. This is gamification, TikTok-style lessons, AI challenges, scoring system, and awards. And we explain complex terms in a very simple way with real examples from the real life. We are now developing an AI assistant of the new generation that leads children from memorization to understanding and support them in the learning process. GEOS works everywhere, learning without borders. The education is no longer connected with location. It could be anywhere, in any place, even if the world around fallen down. We reached more than 167,000 registered users and partner with more than 200 schools. And this success is the only beginning of our global mission in the global market. It's not only the words. We have proven results that children, students who use GEOS platform increase their engagement more than 90%. This is the main indicator. But the greatest reward, it's not numbers. Our greatest reward is the happy eyes of these children from frontline regions who won our Play Maths competition. You should have seen them. These emotions, this happiness, these smiles and eyes, and their improved mental health, this is our real victory. This is our award. We are not stopping. We achieved a lot of awards, grants, and investments, and it is a proof that we created something valuable and impacting. This is our GEOS team, people who are passionate about changing the old school educational system and to bring affordable, engaging, modern learning to millions of school children in the world. This is the time to act. This is the time to change the old school methods. This is the time to invest in innovations. Join our mission to build a better future for our children. Thank you. We are GEOS.
Thank you, Natalia, for the pitch and for the amazing solution. And our next speaker represents the most prominent team of Ukraine. They're called EDERA, and you might find their online courses on National DIA platform and on international Coursera, and they are for school students as well as for adult learners. So please welcome CTO of EDERA team, Yegor Vakulyak.
Hello, everyone. I represent EDERA. It's a Ukrainian tech company with a bold social mission, transform the way education works. Over 11 years, we have delivered more than 200 projects, reaching over 2 million Ukrainians. From our experience, we've learned 2 lessons. The first one, meaningful change in education requires engaging all stakeholders, children, teachers, and parents. Each needs a different approach, but all work for the same goal. And the second one, to truly inspire and engage today's generation, we must embrace innovative learning formats, from gamification to immersive experience. Remember it, and let's move to today's problem and our solution. Almost 2 million Ukrainian children had to cross borders, torn away from their homes, schools, and friends because of Russia's brutal war. Our nation's future depends on protecting their Ukrainian identity and keeping their connection to Ukraine alive. Even if they never return home, their sense of belonging remains vital. Powering our voice abroad, drawing partners-led investment, and building the talents that shapes Ukraine's future. To overcome this challenge, we create a solution, an educational game about traveling across Ukraine, where each road is a gamified mini-course about the country. After loading the game, the player chooses a road and receives a ticket to begin the journey. The roads vary widely, from exploring Ukrainian inventions to immerse in Ukrainian art. At each station, students unlock a city quest with interactive game mechanics and short videos about Ukraine. Every stop is an adventure, fun and engaging, yet always educational.
Game roads are co-created with Edera, top Ukrainian teachers and professional game designers. Using different game mechanics, for example, choose on the picture or sorting, they give an edutainment experience for the kids. Here are examples from a road for all the students about Ukrainian inventions. On the left is a matching task with physical devices and measurement units. On the right, a video lesson explaining how car works. To boost student engagement, we can design road featuring outstanding modern Ukrainians. For example, road about music with Jerry Hale, or road about sport with Elena Svitolina. Also, to keep students engaged, we've built in gamified reward. As they travel and learn, they collect kilometers to customize their characters, from a new backpack to special gifts from our partners, and of course, magnets on a fridge. Do you remember engaging all stakeholders? Our game offers 2 game modes, solo play for children themselves, and a local game for classrooms or family to play at home, all with clear instructions to use. We have already built an MVP with the support of Ukraine's Children's Action Project, making it a significant commitment to present at Clinton Global Initiative annual meeting in New York. The game has also been tested with our first focus group of children. For this MVP, we designed 3 roads for different age groups. For primary school, animals in Ukraine. For middle school, physics in Ukraine. And for all the students, famous figures on Ukrainian banknotes. To scale the game, we will leverage all their strengths. Today, we are a leading teacher training hub and host the largest Ukrainian pupils community in Ukraine and abroad. We will also engage official channels and major private businesses. The project is developed in partnership with the Ministry of Education, and Ukrzaliznytsia already on a board. Public companies like Aurora or Kyivstar can also be involved. We are now seeking partners for the second stage of this project, to build the full game and launch it publicly with a major communication campaign in Ukraine and abroad. We believe that through innovative educational projects, engaging by design, and creatively embraced by teachers and parents, we can keep the flame of Ukrainian identity alive in our children. And perhaps a project like this could serve not only our country, but others as well, for those who believe that connecting their children to their homeland is an investment in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. I'm actually learning on your courses myself. Highly recommend it. And to wrap up our pitch block, I would like to invite the person who transforms the learning process into a truly gamified experience. Please welcome CEO of gamified online school called Unicorn School, Volodymyr Strashko.
Hi, everyone. In the next 5 minutes, I'll try to show you how we transform child's attention and curiosity into gamificational learning. But this story won't be a story of success. It's a sad story, because we lost more than $1 million chasing the wrong idea. We thought that we find the answer how to make education exciting and efficient, but we were wrong. Everything started 5 years ago. Let's remember COVID, online education, and honestly, boring online education. We thought that gamification and motivation is an answer. And we started EdMaps, educational platform that transforms education into the game. But we realized that game isn't enough. Just putting educational curriculum inside even interesting game didn't give us great impact, and realized that we have to make the whole system itself. So now EdMaps is a multi-platform app that provides teachers with AI LMS, students with gamified storyline lessons, and parents with transparent application. Moreover, we made offline mode of our application. And now Ukrainian children can continue studying, even in shelters, even close to frontline, even when they don't have access to electricity and internet. So let's talk about project that worked on EdMaps. Unicorn School, our distance school, it combined EdMaps as a basic system and highly professional educators for combination of online and offline work. Moreover, we combined blended learning in Ukraine, Step Hub schools. Today, children spend inside campuses for developing of soft skills, and rest of time they studying online via EdMaps. And we boost homeworks inside private offline school in Ukraine. EdMaps lets children make homework and their work when they're not in school more exciting, interesting, and measurable. But working with campuses, we find one more problem. When students have breaks, they don't want to run, they don't want to get physical activities, they just staring at their phones. And if we want to force them to active learning, we had to reinvite not only lessons but breaks too. So we made a cyber tab. It's interactive wall that make children more active because they playing funny games and start more activity. Our results, you can see them, more than 92% of parents and schools recommend our ecosystem, 78% of children make extracurricular tasks, and homeworks is more active twice. That results force us to make national educational projects that are free for everyone. For example, it's a project about informational hygiene. This fall, we start with AI educational course made with IT associations and national experts in AI. We will teach teachers, schools, parents, and students how to use AI for learning. And right now, our Defense of Ukraine course is passing official expertise of Ministry of Education, and it will be available for every schools, like additional educational materials for learning about Defense of Ukraine. We also took our product abroad, yes, BET London, Vivatech Paris, Lisbon, and we had some interest about our project, but we couldn't sell it to a lot of countries. Why? Because every country has its own curriculum, and remaking by hand educational materials, it's not the most efficient way, as you can understand. It's really expensive and it's tough. So we had to make it faster and easier. And we made a pipeline using several LLMs, and it works like, you know, like a black box. You just get different curriculums, educational materials, and it provides you with ready lessons that's instantly available on EdMaps for everyone. And right now, we can open Ukrainian educational system just in 1 week, I mean, from the scratch to school learnings. And for worldwide programs, it could take just 6 weeks. So let's cooperate. Let's work together. Let's make a pilot, compare our outcomes, and provide children with interesting, joyful, and high-quality education. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Volodymyr. What an incredible showcase of ideas and energy. From robotics to gamified learning, these pioneers remind us that the future of education is actually being built now. Please, let's give one more round of applause for that courageous creators. Thank you. And now, let's engage with a quick quiz for all of us. We've been hearing about innovation in education, but how well do we actually know the real numbers behind it? Now, QR code will appear on our screens, here and also in the columns. And please use your devices, your smartphones, to scan it. And the question we'd like to ask you today is, on your opinion, what percentage of teachers worldwide use AI tools in their work? It is a multiple choice of 4 options. And when you start voting, I will ask to put actual results from Slido on a screen so that we could all see the opinion of our audience. Okay, not sure if it's technically possible, or maybe we have some issues, but you probably can see the numbers of multiple choice, and it's 57, 72, 60, or 39%. On your opinion, what is the actual number? Okay, I hear 39. Well, not very optimistic. I'll share the real number with you. According to Cambridge University research, it's 60%, and it really says that AI future is already here. Okay, and those numbers, those 60% that you've just heard, they show us that education is really changing rapidly around the world. And if there's one thing that came through loud and clear, is that AI no longer the future. It is already here, shaping and reshaping our classrooms and the way we teach our kids. And that's exactly the topic of our next panel. And the topic of discussion is partnership of the future, AI and innovation in education. And it is so relevant. Annette Krober-Reel, the Vice President of Public Affairs and Policy at Google, will actually lead this discussion. Annette, please welcome to the stage. And our participants are Christina Egelund, Minister of Education and Science in Denmark. Paul Nurse, biochemist, Nobel Prize winner, and former president of the Rockefeller University. Welcome. Scott MacDonald, Chief Executive of British Council. Welcome. And not least, Victor Lach, President of the East Europe Foundation. Serhiy Martinchuk, General Manager of Cisco Ukraine. Welcome. And now, finally, last but not least, Simon Schmidt, President at Skill Lab and Managing Director at Skills Hub. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our conversation on the partnership between business and state on education in the age of AI. Europe urgently needs more innovation, AI-powered innovation, and it offers profound societal benefits. And this is particularly true in the space of education. Ukraine actually is a frontrunner in the space. And I have to say I have huge admiration for what's happening here with the vision of the Ministry of Digital is amazing, and what has been done here is really awe-inspiring, I think, for all of us. Now, I'm very much looking forward to the conversation. We have 30 minutes and 6 panelists, so we need to be fast. But I want to obviously introduce all of you. We have you have been introduced. Maybe I skipped this because we have such little time. So I want us to do one little round to kick us off. Very short answer, maybe just a few sentences from each of you, and pick one of the two. From your perspective, what's the biggest opportunity AI presents to our educational system, or alternatively, you tell us what do you see as the biggest risk? I start obviously with you, Minister.
Thank you. Well,
Thank you.
by nature, I would like to start on the optimistic note, but having to choose one of them. And we've had a lot of optimistic speakers here, explaining about the fantastic potential that AI offers in education. I will then go to the more skeptical note. So I think, of course, AI comes with a lot of positive potential, but there are also many aspects here under democratic and ethical to consider. So I would point out those two if I have to be brief. So ethics and democracy. How do we make sure that AI employed in society in a broader perspective meets the democratic, transparent and ethical values that we want to build on in Europe?
Great, thank you. Sir Paul.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here and to be in Ukraine again. I would like to bring up something which concerns me, and that is that AI at this present time is very good at doing low to middle level activities, and our students are increasingly using these support tools for exactly that. Now, what bothers me is that they're not learning skills themselves to be able to do these tasks, and you could say, well, they don't need to learn to do those tasks, we can do with AI. That is absolutely true, but a grounding in the simple, can I put it that way, the simple tasks is needed for more complex ones. So I think we have to give some focus on how we can develop our students and school children to think about complex tasks without having the preparation of the simpler ones, which are actually being taken on quite satisfactorily by AI. I don't know if this is a problem, but it's something that I wonder about.
Thank you. Scott.
So I'm going to choose opportunity, because I think there's two things AI does that will fundamentally change education and make it better, even if there's some rough path there. The first is it can personalize and use new formats at a scale and at a price that we can afford, which means that people can have customized learning. So for anyone in the audience who has children, you all know that the school doesn't teach quite to your child, they teach to the average child. And if you can have a system that is able to respond to people who need more reflection time, or people who want to move faster, or people who are in remote locations, I think it changes everything. And the other thing AI can do for us, it sounds a bit boring, but I think it's really important. It links the learning and assessment experience. So again, for many, many years, we learn for a month or a year or 3 years, and then we're tested. And you can imagine the wasted time there if you don't get the right feedback on the way through. So if you can be assessed as you learn and adjust and refine and change the way you're learning, you can save an enormous amount of time and get a better learning experience.
Thank you. Say? Maybe, sorry, I had a different, okay. So we go with Victor first to make it the flow.
Once education concerned, I think that there are 3 dimensions which AI influences the education system. Education as a whole, but also management of education and policy on education. And here we see the situation that AI affects all these 3 dimensions, and all these 3 elements of 3 dimensions, they also influence the level of AI implementation. But there is a human perspective. I think that we are changing the role of teacher. Teacher is not the source of ultimate truth anymore. And also, any statement of teacher can be questioned by pupils using AI.
Thank you. Now say.
Yes, we have very concerned panel today, so all the risks, and we are, as always good has a flip side, we are the tech company responsible for covering all possible risks, including cyber. So we see many risks in cyber, so all the data can be poisoned, all the models can be manipulated, all the policies can be violated, so we need to take care about this, and we need to make sure that our kids are safe and protected. And we pay attention to this.
Thank you. And Simon?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to sit on the fence a little bit and describe it as both an opportunity and a risk, because an opportunity not taken is kind of a risk. So just to echo a lot of themes that were mentioned before, but really understanding education as something that stops at graduation is something that we cannot do this in the age of AI with job roles evolving rapidly. So I see the risk in continuing the status quo and not rethinking and rewiring education systems for lifelong learning, for adaptability, and for resilience in the face of change. And the emergence of AI is only one of those changes that we have been and that we will be facing. So doing nothing and continuing with the status quo, that's the risk, but adapting and embracing a new reality is the opportunity.
Thank you. Obviously, we heard now different perspectives, and in order to structure the conversation, we want to start with discussing looking at skill building first. And take the Danish example. The country has recently invested in building a supercomputer, Gefion, an AI supercomputer. Now, the objective is obviously to turn research to innovation more quickly, or in other words, to use the computer power in a meaningful way, and for that you need a skilled workforce, highly skilled workforce. So how do you approach this from a policy perspective?
So it's true that we recently invested in a very quickly established and opened, as I understand it, being a simple politician and not an expert, one of the world's strongest supercomputers close to our capital. It was a co-collaboration between the Danish government, the Novo Nordisk Foundation, and the American company NVIDIA. So why did we do that? Because if we want to build strong competences in AI in Europe, we need to invest in infrastructure. I think it, unfortunately comes as no surprise to many of you here that in Europe we are lacking a little bit on the innovation side when compared to other parts of the world, being the United States or China. So we want to get into that global game, that global tech race, and be able to compete. That takes investment, and it takes also investing in infrastructure that we happily share with our European friends and allies. So that is one thing. Then there's another, and so that's a competition edge to it. There's also a value edge to it. So big tech companies are extremely powerful. Most of them are American-based. None of them are based in Europe, and of course that creates a little bit of a difficult balance. That very, very big, very powerful companies are beyond democratic control, don't have democratically elected leaders, yet they are extremely powerful. So if you want to play in that game in Europe, I think we need to strategically invest, for example, in AI supercomputers, so that we can train and build AI-based platforms built on European values. So that is the aim that it has, of course, and also foster innovation in its own right.
Okay, I'll hold myself back to engage in the dialogue with you on this, because I'm moderating the panel. But you have won a Nobel Prize for your work revealing key proteins that control how cells divide. And so to what extent do you think AI is making research and education more open and accessible?
Yes, AI has very important contributions to make to research, as obviously said, but not always in the ways in which I think I mostly hear about it. So I'm going to say where I think it is most useful. The first is in actually dealing with rather trivial tasks in a research project that used to have to be done by laborious computational methods even before that, because I'm of an age before that, that took even more effort. Now, we've been really revolutionized by very simple application of AI that makes some tasks that used to take us, a student of mine, 4 or 5 days to carry out, and we can do it in half an hour. And this isn't what gets people excited, but I tell you, it really speeds things up. As long, by the way, as the students know what the AI is doing, so they don't get misled by the things that are going on. That is quite important, because if you just believe everything that comes out, that's more of a problem. The second point I would make about research is the much more difficult problems that AI is not yet able to tackle. And that is actually what interests me most and what interests Google DeepMind most. So I talk a lot to Demis Hassabis and John Jumpers about this. And that really is pushing back at the frontiers of knowledge with the sort of data that we generally have. Because where AI has been very successful is analyzing, I would say, lots of data that is not very deep. But what we actually have to deal with is understanding, particularly science, is not broadly based data that is thin, but actually holes which are deep but not well connected. AI cannot yet analyze that. And that is really where most of our scientific problems come. I have a solution to it, which I'm not sure works, which is to work more with AI approaches during the AI analysis. In other words, not just set it up and look what comes out at the end, but follow it as it goes through its process, adding intuition and human intelligence into the process, which actually the computer and AI is producing. And I think a combination, in other words, of the human mind, the imaginative human mind, together with what AI can do, working with the machine, I think is where I would see most possibilities with the high and difficult questions.
Thank you, Sir Paul. And Scott, of course, if AI only worked for Nobel Prize winners, it would be a very exclusive club. So, and I know the British Council is working on expanding AI education globally. And how do you imagine to close the skills gap? It should be one of the hardest challenges, I think.
So you heard my introduction. I'm in the opportunity camp, and I see so much opportunity. I think we need to move fast, and we need to take risks. But we also need to work alongside what we're doing and make sure we don't lose whole groups along the way. So the British Council spends a lot of time thinking about inclusion and fairness, and people who are left off to the side for one reason or another, whether it's war, because they're refugees, or because of where they live or their culture. And there are really practical problems, but each one of them, I think, is solvable if we just solve them as we go along rather than slowing everything down. So the first one is a lot of people don't have computers or can't afford computers, so that cuts out a huge portion of the world to use these tools. But many of the big companies and many of the providers are providing tools that work on cheap mobile phones at the same time as computers. Maybe not as optimally, but that's a solution. Many people who have computers don't have very good connectivity or terrible connectivity. And again, but you can solve this. You can make products that basically focus on audio rather than video, or things you can download in advance. And then, there's more practical problems. There's what happens if you're in a remote location, or what happens if you're in a location where, the ratio of teachers to students is not what it should be. And each of these can be solvable. So what we urge people to do as they roll out technology, digital AI solutions is just make sure you're aware of all this. Make sure we all have a common goal to bring everyone along at the same speed, and we solve those problems as we go along, and we don't need to slow down to do that.
Thank you, Scott. Sehi, from a perspective of a multinational company that operates in Europe, where do you see is the private sector coming in? What is the role that we have to play?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yeah, for the private sector, what differentiates us usually from the rest, that is speed and agility, because we have this KPI of time to market, so we would like to bring all the solutions to the market as fast as possible. And second, we have vision, because we are the global tech company, we have this understanding of global needs on all markets worldwide. So that's why we would like to bring this vision and to Ukraine as well. And this vision can be expressed in following words, like it is unified, secure, hybrid, educational environment. And behind every word there is like big sense. So for example, unified, we would like to unify people, parents, schools, government, services all together. So it should work like a mechanism. Safe, meaning that we would like to make sure that our kids are safe from cyber attacks, safe from physical attacks, safe from basically everything that can harm them mentally and physically as well. And hybrid meaning that we need to make sure that that our kids are able to get the education despite the fact where they are, in a school, in a shelter, home, regardless. So they need to get it. And I would like to have your attention because we would like to announce something very important. We are not only showing this vision, but we are bringing this vision to Ukraine. So we took one school in Kyiv, and we made it possible there. So we finishing all the integration. We are going to showcase this in this autumn. We're going to showcase very interesting scenarios like, is my kid in shelter when there is an air raid alarm? Is temperature and humidity in my kid's school class is good enough for the education? We have put there a lot of our WebEx boards so they can collaborate between each other. So basically, we have created the most advanced and the coolest school, I believe, in Europe. And we'll be able to show it, and we would like to show it to Ukraine, to community, to donors, and to everyone, just to see how it can be. So we would like to bring this future to Ukraine and to make sure that our kids are benefiting. And of course, it should be infused with AI, because behind security there is AI, like face recognition, so we would like to make sure that nobody will enter in school if they are not allowed. All the systems like security, they are infused with AI. So definitely we should not forget about AI as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask a question to both Victor and Simon. Victor, Simon, you both focus your work on skills, inclusion, and opportunity, often in close partnership, including here in Ukraine. How can we make sure AI tools truly reach everyone and that no one is left behind, especially in times of crisis and recovery? How do you think about that? Do you want to start? Victor?
Thank you, wonderful question. I will start with the statement that Ukraine is surviving through the most pressing and most emerging educational needs on the planet. And by education, I mean not only just school education or academic education, education in general terms. That means from kids who are studying new knowledge, how to be safe from landmines, to millions of IDPs who are learning new professions. That means that definitely, in case we would need to respond to this challenge, we should use technologies not from even modern technologies. We need to use technologies from the future. And here is the opportunity for partnership is coming. Then we build opportunities with such companies like Google and Cisco, and using their best products, even top-age products, and using them creatively together and creatively absolutely new projects and products. Like we did with, for example, DA education. Again, here one of the key platform and key idea we had in mind when developing DA education platform is giving possibility to everybody in Ukraine to access digital knowledge and digital education. We have there a variety of courses developed for either school kids to learn how to to be safe in internet, or to the elderly how to use modern internet technologies in their day-to-day life and operations. Said that, we introduced AI as well, and in this platform, AI is used for building individual learning trajectory in studying digital education. Mikhail Fedorov today was, and probably one of my last phrase, Mikhail Fedorov was telling us about Mriya product. Mriya is also using AI in educational management process. Then teachers now, they have ability to create tests and agendas for their classes. And again, that is available for every school in even rural areas. I think this kind of policy solutions which are targeted to the whole population, again, using the partnership with key players, is probably, I would say, #1 approach to reach everybody and leaving no one behind.
Thank you. Simon?
Yeah, you asked, how do we make sure that technology reaches everybody, and how do we make sure that it leaves no one behind? And I think those questions consist of two different parts. So how do we make sure it reaches everybody is about accessibility, and how do we make sure it leaves no one behind is also about the equity within the product you're designing, that everybody gets a fair outcome from that product. So on accessibility, I think Scott has already mentioned some of the accessibility questions around, do people have devices, etc. But in designing solutions and platforms, especially government solutions and platforms, you really have to take a holistic approach on how can you support people in accessing your product? How do you design user interactions? How do you design user accessibility within the product? But also, how do you explore different delivery channels? So you can't just say, oh, it's on this website, whoever wants to use it can use it. How do you get people to the product? On the outcome side, and especially with AI, this is important. You have to be quite mindful to not embed biases within your product. You have to be transparent. And you have to make sure that you use AI responsibly and in a trustworthy fashion. So I think that addresses both this point around accessibility, but also equity and outcomes.
Thank you. We have 1 more minute, and I just want to close the panel with a last question to the minister. And this is, you have already said how important competitive is, and that Europe actually lags behind the US and China. Do you think regulation is holding us back?
I think it holds us back, but it also helps us to keep our values alive. So there's a hair-thin balance to walk when we regulate. So I think historically Europe has been probably on the too strict side and too bureaucratic and red tape creating line when it comes to regulating also within the tech era. I think actually the recent AI Act is an example of a well-balanced act from the European Union side. Then, of course, the devil lies in the details, in the implementation. So we will be following that closely to see that it actually lives up to the political ambition of which it is an expression. And of course, what it needs to transform into is, on the one side, supporting the implementation of new technologies also in Europe into our public sector, into our education sector, of course also into our private sector, and the immense potential that it brings. But on the other hand, making sure, as I said initially, that we do it based on the values that we think are important, such as transparency, equity, etc., etc.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone, for the very disciplined conversation, and thank you. It was wonderful. So I guess we have to... All right, that was... We had no...
So, thank you to all our panelists for sharing their insights and for important work they do. And let's carry on this positive energy and this positive vision to the final part of our conversation today. And now, as we will clear the stage, I would like to invite Ukrainian technology and innovation strategist, advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, Valeria Inan, who stands behind many digital solutions and GovTech solutions we really love in Ukraine, and we're proud of them. And today, Valeria will wrap up our session, and she will also present an ambitious initiative that will unite leading world startups, initiatives, practices, and companies to turn Ukraine into a hub of innovations and in education, where most ambitious solutions can be piloted to be scaled on a system later on. So welcome to the stage, Valeria Ionan.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear friends, dear partners. Today I would like to share a story on how digitalization and innovation can change people's lives and can also impact on the country's development. You know, when we speak about digitalization, we always think about convenience, the ability to receive state services fast without the lines. But for Ukraine, it is much more. Digitalization and innovation for Ukraine, it is the matter of economic leap, of development, of survival, of our future. Ukraine ranked 5th globally in terms of digital public services according to e-Government Development Index by UN. Last year, our online service, e-Marriage, was featured in 100 Best Inventions of the Year by Time magazine. Over these 6 years, we have really achieved a true digital revolution. The DIA ecosystem is not just an app in your smartphone. The DIA ecosystem completely changes the way how government communicates with the citizens. Yes, we have State Super App DIA, which is used by 23 million users, but we also have 6 million Ukrainians who are engaged into digital literacy programs, with almost 3 million registrations on DIA Education, which is our national edutainment platform for digital literacy. DIA Business, which is a great project to support SMEs and to help them to increase their level of digital maturity. DIA City, the best tax regime for IT companies that attracts top-notch talent to Ukraine. But what inspires me the most? It's what we do with the education. Our educational project, Mriya, is our response to the challenges of the future. Just imagine when every kid can have a digital tutor who adapts to their needs, adapts to their learning pace, and helps to unlock their unique potential. Yes, Mriya is under development now, but it is already implemented in 2,000 schools, and it's already leveraging technology and AI to make the educational process more exciting, more engaging, more efficient for scholars, for parents, and helps to optimize time for teachers as well. Last year, the government of Ukraine has adopted the innovation strategy Win-Win. This is our roadmap for economical breakthrough. We want to create the most favorable conditions for innovative businesses in Ukraine to be born in Ukraine and actually to pilot and to scale innovations in Ukraine. We've identified key sectors where Ukraine has to invest right now. And of course, we have here cyber and GovTech, but we also have AI and EdTech. And we have already done the first steps. We are working with our legislation to open markets for innovative businesses to create fast tracks. So every innovative business could test their innovative products seamlessly in all of the priority sectors. We have also launched the Win-Win AI Center of Excellence. You know, Ukraine has a big goal. We want to be among top 3 countries by 2030 in AI adoption. So that's why in our AI Center of Excellence, we are already developing proof of concepts to increase the governance efficiency and also to rethink and to make more efficient the educational system and to create AI tools that can really increase the quality of life of our people. You know, but we have also the step 2, and I'm super proud and honored to have a chance to announce this step 2 today. We are launching our second Win-Win Center for EdTech already this September.
A platform uniting government, business, academia, and civil society to create and scale educational innovations. Ukraine launches the Win-Win EdTech Center of Excellence. an educational technology hub within the Ukrainian Global Innovation Strategy, shaping the future of learning and innovations.
So what exactly the center... Thank you. Thank you. So what exactly the center will do? The center will analyze not just technological trends, but all of the promising technologies and innovations in the world. And they will analyze what kind of innovations could be brought to Ukraine to help us to solve our bottlenecks and gaps in the educational system. They will also provide the recommendations to the government based on data and analysis that they would collect from the whole world. They will also help to facilitate the pilots in education. And of course, they would serve as a bridge between the government, the private sector, businesses, startups, academia, civil society, and of course international partners to work together on the new vision for education. I would like to say that this initiative would not be possible without the strong support of our partners. We would like to thank UNICEF, our strategic partner, for standing with us and for always standing for children's rights. We would like to thank to SDEF, our great partner, that helps us with sharing digital transformation experience and that we have a shared values. Thank you very much. We also would like to thank for Google for Education for giving us a great access to cross-cutting technology, so all of these innovations could really be possible. And as the Deputy Prime Minister Fedorov today announced already, we are extremely proud that MRIA project received the support from Google and is becoming a part of Google Fellowship Program. This opportunity will give us a unique chance to develop AI tools based on Gemini superfast and scale our MRIA also for preschool education. This is an amazing opportunity and we are incredibly thankful for that. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we live in the era when technology can be a real equalizer of opportunities. You know, when a kid from a small village and a kid from a big city, they can have access to the same high-level education with the help of AI. Of course, it's just one tiny example. But the real magic happens when we all work together, when governments produce and create right policies, when businesses continue to innovate and they are flexible and open, when civil society and international partners are sharing our vision. And only together we could really build the safe... Ooh, that's not me, I promise. That was romantic, I must admit. We all have to work together to build the safe future for our kids. I would like to thank to our First Lady for her leadership, and also to First Ladies who came today, and to all international partners for your support. It is really important for us that we could move with the same pace in the same direction. Thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini!
Wow, ambitious and inspiring it is, isn't it? And with some unpredictable surprises. So we sincerely thank to Valeria and to all our speakers today. It was a pleasure to discuss with you the future of education and to realize that education actually transforms from being an object of crisis to becoming an agent of positive change. From international strategies we've heard to Ukrainian digital solutions, from private startups to government initiatives, all these stories, they have something, actually one thing in common. These stories, they tell us that education really shapes the future now. Because, you know, children are only 10% of our population globally, but they are 100% of our common future as a humanity. Thank you for being here with us today, and enjoy the rest of your day and summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Zoya, and all the esteemed guests who've been here on this stage during this part. Sorry for the special effects, but you know we live in conditions of war and everything could happen.
It's unplanned.
Yep, it's unplanned, and hope no shortcuts or blackouts will be during the next part of our summit. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now we, according to agenda, are close to the next part. We have to skip our coffee break, but there will be more coffee after the next part. So please remain seated, because we have two special guests. They are already here in this hall in Mistetsky Arsenal, and we need just a couple of minutes to get everything ready for this episode.
So please remain seated, and we'll be back soon in a few minutes.
Just a few minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Their Excellencies, President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, and President of the Republic of Finland, Alexander Stubb. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final part of the 5th anniversary summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen.
The name of the final part, Education That Shapes Peace. Today we talked about access to education, about innovations in education, and of course, the main question of our summit, why do we teach?
Education should become a shield for humanity. It not only transmits knowledge, but also forms the ability to see in others a person. And this is the first step towards peace.
But before we start the final part of the summit, let's remember our past 5 years of the summit, its anniversary. So let's remember its results that inspire us to move forward.
Every day, we face global challenges that lead to significant and often irreversible consequences. When, in 2021, we launched the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen, our goal was to create an international platform to seek answers together, share experience, and introduce innovations in addressing long-term humanitarian challenges. After all, an effective yet underestimated tool for overcoming these challenges is soft power. Such power is held by the First Ladies and Gentlemen, with whom we have laid the foundation for long-term partnerships among them and between their countries. Let us sum up the results of our work over the past 5 years. The inaugural summit was dedicated specifically to soft power in the new reality. It highlighted the role of humanitarian diplomacy after the COVID-19 pandemic and brought to life a community of international cooperation. It was a great start to our mission. Yet with the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we unfortunately faced new challenges. But we continued to act. We dream of a world where children do not suffer from wars and armed conflicts, a world where cities are not destroyed. The next, second summit revealed the potential of soft power even further. Its central theme was the discussion of the post-war future of our country and the world. Particular attention was given to preserving human capital, since this is the key to the country's successful reconstruction. We managed to rally the world around Ukraine and raise funds to purchase ambulances. The year 2023 highlighted new challenges. That is why, at the third summit, we presented a global study on mental health and established an international medical partnership between Ukraine and foreign hospitals. The Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen is transforming into a global platform that operates year-round. The theme of the summit becomes the theme of the year. A range of side activities are organized, including conferences on mental health under the patronage of the First Ladies of Serbia and Germany. The event of the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen Global Platform, held on the margins of the Summit of the Future and the 79th session of the UN General Assembly, was dedicated to child safety. The joint communication campaigns of First Ladies and Gentlemen draw attention to global humanitarian challenges. We are stronger when we are together. We are happy when children live in peace. That is why our research in 15 countries on child safety became the foundation of the fourth summit, where we adopted a joint declaration on strengthening the protection of children during armed conflicts. The summit launches partnerships with leading educational institutions to broaden the community. For the first time, a high-level training program on diplomacy and international relations, soft power and geopolitics, was held for First Ladies and Gentlemen in Vienna. It was organized by the Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen Global Platform and initiated by the First Ladies of Ukraine and Austria in partnership with the Diplomatic Academy of Vienna. The number of participants is growing. And as the summit selects issues relevant to the whole world, it is transforming into a global, permanent platform. And we are an integral part of it. We, that is, more than 40 First Ladies and Gentlemen from around the world. Education begins with the sound of a school bell, not a siren. The global network is a space of knowledge, not a threat. Education shaping the world, the theme of the fifth summit. The global community cannot solve all problems at once, but we are the power that can change the world. A power that is soft and a power that is transformative. We are building the future here and now. Nations, people, hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome you to the 5th Anniversary Summit. First Ladies and Gentlemen gathered together to share experiences and find common solutions. The 5th Summit presents special research, education as a tool for building resilience, social capital, and a culture of peace. Frank discussions and bold decisions are heard during panel discussions. Education shapes values and worldview. We visited leading universities in Ukraine. Education for peace. Education for the future. Our first day ended with a dedication to teachers. Soft power continues to unite us. The summit continues.
Today we heard many important things and important facts about access to education despite challenges in the different countries of the world. And I'm sure the previous conversation and discussions about innovations in education inspired all of us.
But now we turn to the most important topic. Why do we educate and what do we really reach to teach in order to preserve humanity? In a world where peace cannot be considered a permanent state, education must cultivate the ability to see a person in another human being. This is the first step toward a more just and peaceful world.
The answers of this question is, of course, most important in our summit, and we will look for the answers with the really important guests.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with a great honor, I invite the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky.
Too much.
Забагато.
Thank you so much. Дуже дякую. Слава Україні.
Glory to Ukraine.
Олено,
Olena,
усі учасники,
all participants of the summit, our guests first, ladies and gentlemen from Austria, Denmark, Estonia, Lithuania, Finland, Serbia, Germany.
дорогий Алекс,
Dear Alex,
дуже дякую.
thank you. Thank you for the support, for the participation.
Передусім, дякуємо,
First
що
and
ви з
foremost,
Україною
thank you for being with Ukraine and in Ukraine. And that this is already the 5th summit of the First Ladies and Gentlemen.
Цей саміт відбувається.
This summit is taking place and it's important. It's taking place despite alarms, despite the threats. And this summit is dedicated to the most important thing, the thing that should truly prevail in this war. Of course, it's independence. Of course, it's our sovereign state. Of course, our extraordinarily brave people. But all of this is still united around humanity. It is humanity that must prevail. Sometimes we may hear from politicians, and the further they are from the real situation, the more confidently they say it, that Ukraine and Russia is primarily divided by a matter of territories, that territory is the core issue of this war. Of course, we are fighting for our land. Of course, we are defending our sovereign territory, and this is absolutely fair and just. But it is worth looking at what exactly Russia is bringing upon our land. It's always very clear and evident. The closer Russia comes, the less life there is. I mean, any life. Just less people. Less of everything connected with humans that make human happy. And the closer Russia is, the more those destroyed lives, the more those traces of life that was one existent and now turned into ruins. The territories seized by Russia often become depopulated. Even Donetsk, that was once one of the richest and the strongest cities of Ukraine, has been turned into a situation when there is no normal life. And this is not only about Ukraine. Over the 20th century, the Moscow state took control of different territories, and everywhere one can compare what life looks like under control of Russia and what life like among their neighbors. Close by, but completely different life. Take Karelia and Finland. The Kaliningrad region and the voivodeship of Poland, or the territories of Germany, we can see the difference between Belarus and Lithuania. We can see the difference between what we are doing on our land and what Russia does on our temporarily occupied territory. It's absolutely clear that the true boundary between us and Russia is the attitude towards people. Now, that's everything, everything that defines many things. Either humanity has value and the life is built on that aspect, or only one person has all the value, the one person that decides everything, so everyone else would have no normal life. That is what Russia brings. And that is the leader that is on top of Russia. And what's going to be after that person? The topic of our summit is education. Not only the system of education, but the confidence that through education we would be able to protect humanity, prevent wars, and strengthen peace. Is that really possible? We can all find information about Putin's teachers. Russian propagandists like to show his German language teacher, an experienced person, truly proud of her pupil. She taught Putin German, but she couldn't teach him to become a European. Putin graduated Leningrad University with a degree in law, and yet, how did this lawyer manage to rule Russia in such a way that ended up under an arrest warrant from the International Criminal Court? And what is the reason for that warrant? For the abduction of children. We know Putin also gained his moral outlook in a sports club from his coach, and it was not just a judo coach, but more of a coach in criminal rules of life and contempt for others. That was his coach. But then, how it happened that millions of Russians who didn't have a coach like that still think like their leader, like Putin? We're dealing with something much deeper than a biography of one person and a politician, one murderer. We are dealing with something in Russian culture itself, something that inevitably leads it into war. Whom has Russia not fought for among its neighbors? With everyone, even China. They once tried to humiliate and colonize. There was a time when they thought to seize Manchuria and other Chinese lands. Can now Russian school children or students today, can they learn in the process of their education about this truthful history of Russia? Of course not. Russia's political dishonesty is largely built on academic dishonesty, on the dishonesty of those who teach children. Russia's history had many wars of conquest, but has it ever apologized for any of these wars of conquest? Of course, no. Never. But Russia's confidence that it can get away with new wars is based on examples like we have in Georgia, when the authorities in Georgia through their behavior to their opponents, it's closer to Russian regime rather than European government. Is criminal disregard for human life out of favor in Russia? On the contrary, they cultivate it. And we see it on the front line that criminal rules mean more in the Russian armed forces than the statutes. It's not only about the Wagner mercenaries, but about many other Russian units, about how they are shooting their own soldiers who are trying to retreat from the battlefield, how they're throwing soldiers into pits for defending their rights, how they're looting their own, looting and torturing prisoners. This is embedded in Russian culture. It produces Putins. It teaches contempt for people and for humanity. And that is something that continues to exist and grows even stronger. This is why it's so difficult to agree on peace with Russia. That is why trade with Russia, economic cooperation, any joint projects will not help to restrain Russia from war. It will only give it money for what? For another war. Russia teaches this to its people in schools, in sport clubs, in universities, but unfortunately also in many of the families and in mass cultural products. And that is a lesson for all of us, for everyone who seeks protection from Russia and a guaranteed security for our children. For as long as Russian schools do not teach humanity, treaties with Russia will not work. And as long as Russian universities can regard international criminals as respected alumni, all of us, Russia's neighbors, must think about our own security. And if Russia continues staying this way, we must continue to think how to limit its influence on our countries, on our economies, our culture, our media, our education, and our children. That is why, whenever we're speaking of isolating Russia for this war, we're speaking of much more than sanctions. We're speaking of self-defense. We're speaking of preserving people and humanity in our countries. We need such family policies, such support to families in our countries that would allow parents to have more opportunities to see how their children grow and what shapes them in their lives. We need far more connections between our countries, not only at the political level, but at the level of communities and people. We're talking about school exchanges and some possibilities for our students. We must carefully look at everything, every content that our children is watching. We need to have university cooperation if that anyhow involves with the economic environment or any other environment of Russia. That means people who had no strengths to accuse this war of conquest, even though they have all the information about this. We must be modern in advancing the truthful historical knowledge. Russia is very advanced in pushing propaganda, and we must respond to it not only with textbooks, but with mass culture. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the Prime Minister of Ukraine, with the Minister of Finance and our cultural team, and we discussed about this, about creating contents, many thousands of hours of content that can be an alternative to Russian content. This is the task for every country, to consciously support its culture, its education, its families, and to make sure that this is happening on the basis of respect to people, to humanity, and to everything humane. My first teacher was in Mongolia. My father worked there, and I went to the first grade to the school there. And we were absolutely different children in the class. The children were coming from different countries and regions, from Mongolia, from Buryatia, from Ukraine, from other countries. And the first thing the teacher taught us was to stay together, to be close to one another, so that we would be accepting one another and respecting one another, so that we would communicate. We, young boys and girls, could coexist without conflicts, in peace. And I think she succeeded. And it's important that in our countries, we would always succeed in the same manner. However different the children are, they would still need to learn how to be Europeans. I studied at the university and got a degree in law. I didn't really want to be a lawyer, but it happened so that the law eventually came into my life, and many important laws and degrees, the state regulation, many different procedures that work with partners, with international organizations and institutions, and among other things, we've made it happen that Russian leader came under ICC arrest warrant. He deserves it. And it's important that in our countries this principle would work, meaning there is an inevitability of punishment, there's a sense of justice, and therefore a normal legal education that should be different from the one given to the graduates of the Leningrad University. Maybe it's too much about myself, but still. My father was a master of sport. He's also a PhD in technical sciences. He's a lecturer. He's been dealing with the education for all his life. And he always tells me that knowledge matters greatly, but titles, they do not. Though himself, he has both degrees and titles. I do sport all of my life, but I didn't become a master of sport, yet it helps me greatly. Especially now, when discipline and an ability to be disciplined means ability to be effective, and I need to learn a lot very precisely, particularly everything related to security, to weapons. In many cases, the knowledge of Ukraine about the availability of certain weapons in the partners is better than the partners have it, and it allows us to endure so many years. We are still holding, because millions of our people are able to do something better than the others. They know what is the self-discipline, they know that knowledge wins. They learn this at home. They learn this at school and in the university. Many in sports clubs, but in those about real sport and not about some criminal laws. In the end, we must prevail on every field, in law, in culture, and therefore in the field of education as well, in order to have our advantage in security. And it's important that we see this challenge in the same way. Everyone different, but still in the same way. Humanity must prevail. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your inspiring words and, of course, for your steadfast support of education and humanity. Thank you.
Today's conversation about education for peace would not be completed without perspective of the country recognized worldwide of its perfect education system and its values-driven society. Please welcome the President of Finland, Mr. Alexander Stubb.
Thank you very much for those kind words of welcome. I think I have to begin with a thank you and an apology to the First Ladies and gentlemen. The thank you is for the work that you do. I personally see it as very meaningful. We've seen it in the 5 summits that you have organized, and it has an impact. The apology comes from, I think, Vladimir and me, because we realize the burden that you have to take because of our careers. You are put into places where you are not necessarily asked to go. I have this conversation with Suzanne quite frequently at home as well. And I'm sure you have it with your respective spouses. But believe me, the appreciation that we have for the work that you do, especially in a situation like we have here in Ukraine today, is huge. So thank you very much. Now, it's very difficult to come here on stage after Vladimir and talk about education and personal experience, but if you allow me, I'd like to make a few observations. The first one is to all the teachers that you have been working with and all the teachers in this room. I think Aristotle put it quite well 2,000 plus years ago. He said, there's nothing more meaningful than teaching the young. And I firmly believe that. I think that education is the basis of all civilization. I look at the Finnish experience. We were under Swedish rule for 700 years. But then from 1809 to 1917, we were a part of Russia. And what put us apart from Russia and Russianness was not only our ethnic background, not only our language, not only our history, not only our culture, but it was mainly the idea of civilization and education. So what we did for over 100 years was to try to install the idea of learning into each and every Finn. And a lot of people ask me, how did you end up having such a good education system? I would argue that it goes all the way back to the early 1800s, when the idea was that in order for you to survive in life, you have to learn, you have to read, you have to write, you have to communicate. And that's why we were one of the first countries in the world to reach 100% literacy. In many ways, it was about survival, because the truth is that education makes us to who we are. I'll give my personal example. I wasn't a fantastic student at school. I wanted to become a professional sportsman as well. Well, my dad was an ice hockey scout, talent scout. He always said, Alex, study languages. And I said, why, Dad? I speak English, Swedish, and Finnish. I'm going to play in the NHL. Later, I understood. He saw that I'm not going to become an ice hockey player. And my life changed with education, actually, in the United States. That's when I woke up to things academic. I started reading manically. I loved every minute of it. And that was the path, I would argue, to my own civilization. And I'm also a firm believer in the connection of body and mind. So I believe that if you take care of yourself, your mind ends up doing quite well. And I believe that it's a process. And the starting point for all of it actually is to be open, is to be curious, and is to be open to new ideas. And here is where we come to the big difference that Vladimir was talking about as well, and it's the interpretation of history. I'll just give you two examples. There's one country which weaponizes history for the interests of a sitting government. It is a country that has never been able to deal with its past, even look at its past from a critical perspective. And that is obviously Russia. I mean, when you see Stalin as some kind of a big hero, then you haven't dealt honestly with your civilization. When in school you are taught that your country has never done anything bad, when its DNA has been basically based on imperialism, then it's very difficult to advance. And my take is that you cannot base your foreign policy on victimizing yourself. You cannot base your foreign policy on whataboutism. And that's what we quite often see coming from Russia. But let me take you another example, and that is Germany. Germany, after horrendous Nazi regime of World War II, was able to deal with its past. It was able to go through the difficult questions of what it meant to be German in Germany from 1939 to 1945. And now you look at the difference. One country which is not able to be honest about its own history, and one country that was honest about its own history. So as an eternal optimist, I feel that, that can be done, but that means that your children in school have to be taught not propaganda, but the correct history. School teachers teach us social patterns, how to deal with each other. You're like your Mongolian teacher, that you need to be together. It's one of the most important things that you get as a kid. My big hero is Martti Ahtisaari. He received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2008. And I was able to be the chairman of the board of his Peace Foundation, CMI. And we started with the Ahtisaari Foundation school days, where the whole idea was peace mediation, on how to get kids together and discuss different things. And let me finish with something that I was able to outline at Kyiv University with the students just a few hours ago. I was trying to figure out what to say in the end, to the students. And I think it's something that works not only with young people, but with life in general. And it's 4 things that Suzanne and I used to say to our youngsters who are now 21 and 23 and at university. And they are dream, believe, work hard, and succeed. What do I mean with that? Dream, for me, when it comes to Ukraine, means that I always dream about peace. I dream that this nightmare will be over sooner rather than later. If we don't dream that there will be peace, it will not be achieved. Believe means that every day we have to believe that we can achieve a just and lasting peace, no matter how horrific things look day to day, week after week, month after month, and year after year. Work hard, rather self-evident, not only on the battlefield, but in the field of diplomacy, basically making sure that every day we work towards the dream of peace that we believe in, and we work hard. And for me, the 4th and final thing, success, that is defined only as a victory for Ukraine, as a victory for civilization, as a victory for openness, as a victory for peace. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you so much, President Stubb. Work hard and dreams. Actually, we're Ukrainians and we are best in it. We are working hard and dreaming about peace.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we have heard many important thoughts, ideas, and different stories that show how multidimensional the topic of education is. But any discussions have real value when ideas are transformed into concrete results. So let us move to the next part of our event, the presentation of the products of our summit. There will be 2 of them this year.
So the first, it's a lesson that Ukrainian teacher created for their colleagues from Europe, North and South America, Asia, Africa, and Australia. Its title is Photos from Ukraine, Untold Stories of Teenagers. During the lesson, school children from different countries of the world are offered to put on shoes of Ukrainian schoolboys and girls and compare their usual day with their day in a war.
Yeah, but this project is not just about war, it is about the ability to hear and understand each other. Because the better we understand the experience of others, the less room there is in the world for war and the more for humanity and peace. So these words come to life in the voices of young people. So let's watch the video where they themselves talk about their experiences.
What's the worst thing about war when you're 16? Probably starting to see it as something ordinary. Something that has always been with you. As if nothing could ever be different again.
For me, losing the feeling of home. Having no place of your own. Suddenly realizing there's no one next to you.
What's the worst thing about war when you're 16, you ask? Going to a friend's funeral, instead of kicking a ball around with him.
And not knowing for sure if your family will be online after another night of shelling.
Being a teenager during war means understanding. There isn't another life waiting for you. There is only this one. It's yours.
And trying to live it fully.
Letting yourself have small, everyday joys.
Hanging out with friends and coming up with ways to be useful to our country.
To dream. Because war can take our calm, our sleep, our homes. But it cannot take our ability to imagine the future and to tell the world about Ukraine. Through our eyes, the eyes of teenagers who know what war is and who know the price of peace.
Perhaps more clearly, more sharply than many adults.
Snapshots from Ukraine, untold stories of teenagers, a lesson of peace within the 5th Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen, created by Ukrainian teachers for their colleagues around the world. At the center, Ukrainian youth and their experience of living through the war. Available in 6 languages: Ukrainian, English, Polish, German, Spanish, and French. Flexibility in choosing activities. The materials are available on the Summit platform.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nazar and Olena, the heroes of this video.
Hello everyone, my name is Nazar, the person you've just seen in the video. I am one of the participants of the BIS lesson created by Ukrainian teachers for their colleagues around the globe. I'm from Zaporizhia, a city located 30 kilometers from the front line.
And I'm Olena, also from Zaporizhia. I study architecture at a university in Kyiv, so that after our victory, I can contribute to rebuilding the country that was damaged by war.
There are 2 of us on this stage, but what we want to say today, we will say on behalf of all 1.5 million Ukrainian teenagers. Those who are researching and volunteering.
Those who study to the sound of sirens and explosions.
Those who live in Ukraine, and those who have found temporary shelter around the world, and also in your countries.
The war has shaped our personalities in different ways. After conducting scientific research that consisted of the examination of rocket impact sites that contained craters 3 times wider and deeper than the average human height, it was impossible for me to see the world in the same perspective I did before.
For the 5 past years, I studied online like an almost every single student in Ukraine, until our underground school appeared. When we went to the school, I noticed that more than 65% of children forgot about communication. And the scary thing for me was that I was among them.
But what unites us all is, even when the danger surrounds us, we remain teenagers. It's important for us to laugh, to have friends, to make plans for future, without wondering whether it will ever come for us, whether we will survive another Russian bomb shelling.
However, the war will not take away our dreams. It complicates paths to them, but it cannot destroy them. We still dream of going to university, traveling, creating new projects, and exploring the world.
But for these dreams to come true, we need peace.
And you may ask, what can I do to help? In fact, a lot. You can share the truth, not remain uninvolved, and support Ukraine in your families, schools, communities, wherever you are.
We emphasize, do not take peace for granted. Please, protect it. Do not be indifferent to the violation of peace, no matter how far they may be.
Because peace begins with each of us, with resilience, with truth, with action, with international cooperation.
Only then our page in the history textbook will be about establishing peace, rather than yet another war.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nazar, Olena. Thank you.
We've seen how the summit sparks idea can transform the world. And now it's time to reflect on our journey we have shared, and I'm pleased to invite to the stage the Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine, Oksen Lisovy.
Високошановні панове президенти, шановні
Your Excellencies, dear Presidents, First Ladies and Gentlemen, all the participants of today's summit, I would like to express yet another gratitude that you really dedicate today's summit to the topic of education, to the topic without which we cannot win this war, without which we cannot win tomorrow, get tomorrow, without which we cannot go through any crisis, because as it was mentioned, crisis will be happening in the world, but each and every crisis is there for us to learn our lessons. So we need to understand how to learn the lessons from these challenges and how to pass it on, pass these lessons learned to the future generations. This is a good quality of a good educational system. And we've learned our lesson. We would like to share our experience. We want the experience of our children, of those children you've seen on this stage, and millions of Ukrainian children who actually are living under the threat of daily attacks of Russia, who have to be really flexible and adapt to have the future. We would like to show you the experience of our teachers, to enrich you, to shape up the culture of peace, not just living through this crisis, but by learning our lesson. We've shaped up this experience, dear First Ladies and Gentlemen. We would like to pass on to you this thumb drive, and we would like to ask you to be ambassadors of this lesson. I'm very grateful to those teachers out of 4 continents who are here in this room and who are already ambassadors of the peace lesson that was created in Ukraine. I strongly hope that teachers from all over the world will borrow our experience, and that this experience is going to become one of the building blocks of peace in the whole world for years to come, for many generations to come. I'm very grateful to each and every one of you for being here in Ukraine. Your support is of paramount importance and of great value. And here, in this lesson, we also speak about support, partnership, and interaction for the sake of peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to give the floor to the First Lady of Ukraine, Mrs. Olena Zelenska, for her final remarks and the official presentation on the second product of the summit.
Дуже дякую. Thank you so much. Dear friends, today was an amazing day, and we heard many inspiring words, and we saw plenty of eloquent figures, interesting ideas. We gained unique experience and heard very interesting ideas There was much that was very personal and plenty of things we really have in common. And we heard lessons learned and remembered our own. And we thanked our teachers who taught us good and important things. And all this proves that the choice of the topic was really a success. I was really worried. And actually, when we were working on this topic, still I was trying to figure out whether the topic was going to be relevant. But this was an incredible success. I'm really grateful to each and every one of you. Thank you for doing this together with us. Education concerns everyone, it's evident. Even if formally not all of us are attending lectures, we are still learning throughout our lives. And today we all came to the conclusion that high-quality modern education would not be just about academic knowledge and skills, but it's also about emotional intelligence, humanism, and open-mindedness. Perhaps some time ago this concepts were separated, but modern life proves that for humanity to survive and thrive, education and the best human qualities must go hand in hand and develop simultaneously. Well, of course, even 2 days are not enough to comprehend everything and find all the answers, but we are definitely leaving this summit well inspired and eager to take actions. So the first step we are going to take is already here. So now, on behalf of my dear colleagues, first ladies, and together with my colleagues, I would like to announce the launch of a global campaign in support of education, which is called Every Generation Leaves Its Mark, Education Shapes Its Legacy. Well, it's all about how every step we take matters, leaves an imprint. What we do matters, what we say matters, and what we learn matters, and the example to be led by and lessons we give to others matter. So that is why we call on governments, societies, and every individual to act in their own way, solely for the sake of awareness, knowledge, peace, and development. We call on them so they give a lesson in humanity through their actions and the way they live their lives. Knowledge and understanding are really interlinked. The more of one there is in the world, the more of the other there will be. Let me express my special gratitude to teachers once again, people who have made knowledge and gaining understanding their profession. It is a great honor and pleasure that you have spent these days with us. Thank you for being there for your students, for all of us. And if anything brings hope to humanity, it's your work. And I'm always grateful to my dear colleagues and our experts who participated in this year's summit. Dear friends, this 5 years would have not been possible without you, and they were made possible by your cooperation, interaction, openness, creativity, and the things we do together. So I would like to confess that thanks to you, I really trust in the better future for all our countries and people. I would like to express my gratitude once again, and I hope to see you again real soon.
Thank you, Ms. First Lady, for your inspiring speech.
And of course, thank you all for your attention and commitment to the topic of education. We invite everyone to join the campaign created with the support of UNICEF and amplify the call for education that fosters peace and development. The campaign was developed by the creative agency Banda. On the website, you can find the materials to share on social media, in schools, universities, and communities. You can also hold a lesson or discussion to encourage young people to reflect on the legacy they want to leave. Every action matters. Together, we can help the new generation leave a bright and meaningful mark in history.
And let me remind you that we have an informational embargo, and you can join and share, of course, the campaign, but just from tomorrow morning, from September 12th, please.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, our summit is coming to an end. Today, we all realized one simple truth. It takes a village to raise a child. Peace begins not only in school, but also in our communities, in the example of a father, in the words of a grandmother, in the reaction of a stranger. If we are all part of this great community of upbringing, then we are all responsible for its values.
We understand the scale of the challenges, but also see possible solutions are inspired by innovations. When realize that education is our shield and it's a chance to remain human even in the darkness, but most importantly understand that we have a power to act.
All this was made possible thanks to our co-organizers, Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, the Fund of the President of Ukraine for the Support of Education, Science and Sports, UNICEF, British Embassy Kyiv, NGO Osvitoria.
And what we want to remind you once again that the symbol of the summit, it's a ribbon of gratitude. You can find it in your welcome packages. Please sign the ribbon. You have to remember someone or something that changed your life. Please sign the ribbon and place it in a special stand in the courtyard of Arsenal. Let's make a special place of gratitude. Let's make it together. Don't forget.
Don't forget, and a couple of words about our partners, general partners, BGV Charity Fund, Universal Bank, official partners, Activities Education, Ajax Systems, partners, Vodafone, La Familia Catering, Yalta European Strategy, information partners, United 24 Media, and Starlight Media. Thank you for your support.
So, we're gonna go to sign our
ribbons. Yeah, and you don't forget to do the same. Thank you so much, and see you next year at the 6th Summit of First Ladies and Gentlemen. Thank you. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава!